Ah. Oh, so close. Man. Ugh. This one's gonna sting. This one's gonna sting for a little while. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Ugh. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to another live Carolina Panthers talk right here on Blitzball Champ Gaming. My name's Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. Carolina Panthers came up just a little bit short. Just a little bit short today. As they fall to the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs by a final score of 30-27. Had to get on here and talk about it. There were some negatives, but you know what? There were plenty of positives. Even though this unfortunately did not end in a victory, there was a decent number of positives in this game. But unfortunately, Carolina falls to 3-8 after coming out of the bye. But we're gonna talk
Get
about
him
it.
in here. What's up, Blitz?
Hey, bro, how are you?
I'm actually feeling good, man. That was actually a really, really good game. It shows us exactly where we are, and I'm pleased with it.
I'm a little heartbroken because, oh man, we were so close. Oh, I was
We
just
have no
like,
reason to be hanging our heads, though, man, because that was beautiful. That was a beautifully executed game all around.
you know what? I definitely have
Yeah.
to. I definitely have to say.
Let me send you his Zoom.
Oh yeah, you got another that want to come in?
Yeah, I got chat on mine.
Oh,
Let me get him over there to you.
oh,
Um,
yeah. Sure thing, sure thing.
yeah, put the Zoom info in his private chat.
Oh, okay. Let me do that. Let me do that.
Yeah. Let me
But
mute you real quick and let him know what we're doing.
okay, cool deal. Let's see. Okay. Um, where are the? Here we are. Okay. Okay, I just sent it to him. Yeah, I just sent it to him. Let me see. There we go. Hey Chad, can you hear me? Yeah.
He probably needs to hang up his other call. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
On Messenger.
oh, gotcha.
I got him. There you go. Is that working now, Chad?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you
Yes,
go. There you go.
loud and clear.
Yeah. My
So
stream can hear you both as well.
cool deal. So Now, I was saying that I was a little heartbroken because we came so close, but while there were, a few negatives, there were plenty of positives with this game.
Definitely.
I think it's safe to say this was Bryce Young's best game. I will put this over the Green Bay game last year,
Yep.
even though he had more touchdowns, but
Hmm.
Bryce Young is definitely proving he is playing like he belongs in the NFL. Like he is showing out. He looked very confident, very calm, very poised in the pocket. He made some great throws. He didn't panic. He definitely didn't panic. I know there were some throws he wished he could have back. I understand that. But I mean, 21 of 35, 263 yards, a touchdown, only sacked twice, no turnovers. I'm shocked that this was a turnover-free game.
That's what I'm saying.
Like on
Because
both
this is a
ends.
turnover hungry defense.
Yeah.
If you go through their stats,
Yeah.
it is just locked and loaded with people ready to get a pick or a fumble.
And if I remember correctly, this a top 3 defense, right? Top 3, top
Yeah,
5.
what's their turnover ratio?
Um
I'd be curious to ask you that.
that's a
I
good
never did find that.
that's a good question.
They're a top 6D. Running game is their strength. Passing game is more their weakness.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I mean, let's look at it. Canales played you're going against Andy Reid, and Canales actually coached really well against him today. Our offense was definitely not the problem today.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
And even Patrick Mahomes said
Yeah.
it in the post-game interview that Bryce played his tail off and gave the Chiefs a scare. So
Mm-hmm.
when you hear
Mm-hmm.
when you hear that from a 2-time MVP, 3-time Super Bowl champion, that says quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
We're back, baby. We're back.
Um, Now Chuba Hubbard getting that late touchdown, um, and us
Crucial.
crucial converting those fourth downs, like man. Um, David Moore. Oh my God, David Moore.
Yep.
Like this.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong. Not to take anything away from Leggett and Thielen. Thielen had some key catches, but David Moore balled out.
Yeah, you did.
Like he had some really really big catches this game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it was good to see him show up. Um, I do think us losing Jatavion hurt. That hurt.
Yeah, the way he landed was horrendous.
Yeah.
We all thought it was a neck injury in my stream, and it ended up being a concussion, thankfully. But that could have paralyzed him.
Yeah.
There's been a number of those situations where it's paralyzed players and it's cost them their careers. So that
It,
was terrifying,
yeah. So,
especially for a rookie.
mhm.
It
Oof.
actually got reevaluated as a neck injury, but they said a neck strain, no concussion.
Okay. Next strain doesn't seem to be too bad, right?
Yeah, they redefined it in the second half, from concussion to neck strain.
Mm,
Gotcha. Okay.
gotcha. Okay.
But I definitely missed having him on the field because he's been playing great for Carolina. Um, Getting 5 sacks on Patrick Mahomes defensive
Yeah.
line.
This was
That I
something you
think
were
that's the
harping on because we didn't have a pass rush early
Yeah,
on.
I
that I
mean,
think that's the first this year. Has
Yep.
Mahomes been sacked more than 3 or 4 times this year?
Nope. Not to my knowledge.
I I want to say there was one game. I think I'd have to look back. I think there might have been one game,
I
but
know the Bills were blitzing the heck out of them.
It
last week.
it actually might have been that game.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let me see. Oh no, he only got sacked twice that game. Um,
Buccaneers maybe. Buccaneers have a nasty
Buccaneers.
pass rush.
Okay, he got sacked 4 times that game. Okay,
Yeah, yep.
so
We actually outplayed the Buccaneers defense on sacks. Impressive.
very. And I know that honestly, I think if just at least one of those field goals were replaced with a touchdown, we would have had this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
The Cade Mays false start really hurt us.
Yep.
yeah,
That would have given us, a chance to score a TD. A couple of them, couple of calls. The 14-yard sack that Bryce ended up getting, the only sack he had of the game. Well, he had two, but the one that was 14 yards,
right.
that kind of that hurt us. Those are both red zones that could have led to touchdowns, but really the Cade Mays. But we can't blame Cade on that either. I mean, he played solid all game,
Yeah,
but it did cost us that
True.
potential touchdown that put us at a fourth down instead of
I mean,
getting
realistically, how long did you think you were going to hold Chris Jones out, though?
yeah, that's a good point. That's
He's
a good
been
right.
point.
moved around, and so was Karloftis. And I was warning people about Karloftis as well, because
Yeah,
between the two of them, they had like the league's sack lead numbers
yeah.
last year. So very dangerous duo. So
And
shout out to Cade and our guards for holding him out. Good job.
indeed. Um, even though he was getting worked quite a bit, I gotta give a shout out to Coach Ajaro. That JC Horn blitz,
Mm-hmm.
like that was an excellent call. I mean, got in
Mm-hmm.
not got in free, wasn't even touched to
Mm-hmm.
help set up and get the ball back in the hands of the offense to get downfield and just honestly, like these guys did great. I just think if you just take a few things away, like
Yeah.
this 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 is ours. And you know what? Can't can't be too down about that because now I did say we really needed some takeaways. We didn't get any takeaways. That would have helped tremendously. And
Mm-hmm.
and Kansas City did beat us on time of possession. And the thing with that is you can't give the Chiefs offense tons of chances. But
And Patrick Mahomes wasn't throwing any picks today. He's been throwing at least one pick a game.
ex-
So that's to add to your point.
exactly. But the defense played their butts off. I mean, a slow start, definitely a slow start because I mean they gave up 20 in the first half, but
Mm.
defense turned it up a notch second half, and we just came up a little short. We just came up a little short. Um, I gotta give credit Patrick Mahomes. He faked like he was going out of bounds and kept going, kept going. I
Yeah.
gotta give him credit on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, when you're facing a two-time MVP, I mean, can't be too surprised.
He
Um,
gets creative.
the penalties were ridiculous. Like some of those penalty calls were ridiculous.
Yep.
But
Definitely agree.
yeah,
Did
um,
it feel like they were targeting JC Horn? Because like everybody seems like they were inconsistent here on that.
it definitely it seemed like it. It definitely seemed like it. But at the same time, I mean, and it sucks because some of those came when we were closing in on the end zone and even defending. But and you know what? Shout out to the offense. I mean, what we barely. How many times did we punt? Only twice.
Yeah,
Twice.
twice.
So, I mean, shout out to the offense for just continuing
Mm-hmm.
to grind away. Shout out to Bryce Young, Dave Canales. I mean, the receivers, like everybody, the O line, they were
Mm-hmm.
grinding away at this Chiefs defense. And Eddie Pinero, I mean, yeah, he got 4 field goals. Wish some of them would have been touchdowns, but the man did his job. Um, I mean, honestly, that's really what I think this came down to. We came up a little short. Excellent all around effort, just came up a little short.
We did. I think the the first quarter really killed us.
Agreed.
Um,
Agreed.
Yeah.
Avero was really soft on the defense, and we were playing a little too much bump and run, slow prevent defense in the first quarter, even into the second half. Once we started blitzing, it was good.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of hurt us, in my opinion, was just the first quarter on defense. We gave up 2 touchdowns on soft play. If we would have played a little tougher, maybe a little more blitz, um, I think maybe we would have a, a better chance. We started opening up the defense later on in the game,
Mm-hmm.
um, allowing ourselves to attack the court. When we did put pressure on Mahomes, dude, they had no answer. But it was like the first quarter, we just didn't even try it. It was like we just didn't try, and we just kind of played, try to fill someone out. You can't do
Yeah.
that with the Chiefs.
Exactly.
You
Mm-hmm.
have to attack early. And you know what? If you give the big play, you give the big play. But the Chiefs' offense this year hasn't been that great. They're winning games on the same way they won today. They're winning games on officiating, and
Mm-hmm.
they're winning games on replaying the differential. It's like a coaching battle. I thought, and I'm not going to drag this out, but I thought that Canales came in with a kick ass offensive standpoint today,
Oh, he
and
did. Absolutely.
game
Mm-hmm.
plan.
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
think that our loss today came from the defense, but at the
Yeah.
same time, we shut Hunt down. We shut Kelsey down for the most part, but
Mm-hmm.
Gray and P Ryan were the two that kind of opened up, their point spread. What they did
Mm-hmm.
that was successful. That's what the stats are saying. What I saw, I mean, we didn't we didn't lose against their big time players. Own own Hunt in 2 leagues. He didn't
Mm-hmm.
kill it by any means.
Right.
Right.
You
And,
know,
and Mr. Gemini, welcome to the stream. He says, I was really impressed with Bryce. He was firing that ball. Yes, he
Yes,
was.
he was. Yeah.
Shout out to Bryce Young. Good job, young kid.
Mm-hmm.
You look,
yeah, for sure.
like I said, I'll even go back to something I said. I said backup at best. He's proving me wrong. He's proving a lot of us wrong. He's
He
looking
shut
like
me up too.
he is definitely
Yeah.
whatever they did, him and Canales, they seem to be on the same page now. Him being benched is looking like has really benefited him in just watching and learning. And regardless of how this record, which, we still got 6 games left, but if he keeps playing the way that he's playing, they're going to have a really, really difficult decision. And I feel like letting him go is not going to be an easy decision to make. And I know that had been discussed in our chat, but Bryce Young is showing that he can hang, that he can learn. And this is the same season, because I mean, we all saw it. He started off like bad. But it goes to show it ain't over until it's over. And it's not over.
And
And
we're giving him opportunities.
Yeah. And you know what? And like I've said before, I have no problem being proven wrong. And
Same here.
like, by all means, if he balls out and secures his spot, hey, I am happy for the young kid.
Yeah, it's about progress.
Especially if he's going to be a Carolina Panther. But
exactly.
And the thing is, I saw a post game interview with Dave Canales, when he was asked if he was ready to remove the week to week approach for QB1. Dave Canales, he says, doesn't need to make a statement. Bryce Young has made it himself. Young will absolutely start next week.
There it is. Love it.
And rightfully so. I mean,
absolutely.
Bryce has earned it, and I think this whole thing has been. I like the slow approach because I don't think Canales actually was expecting to go to the playoffs. He's trying to build this team to what he wants. Him and Morgan, and I think they're just trying to play this the way they want to do it, which is, it kind of irritates people with, the drops they're making, the cuts or whatever.
Right.
I don't think that Morgan really was involved in a lot of the draft. Some of the picks that were brought in. So some of the cuts, and you bring in Brant Tillis, who also is, a money guy. These guys are working it together, and they're doing it the right way, and we're seeing what? Progress. We're seeing progress. And that's all we really wanted to see. I mean, today I thought it was going to be a 27-17, 27-14 type win. But to see it come down to what it came down to today, seeing Bryce's confidence come up, I think that at the same time, Canales has done a great job of not saying who's going to be the quarterback each week. He knows who it's going to be, but it's also kind of a trickery play against other teams. They're not going to try to scramble and lose out. I think that, Bryce is, I think he's earning the trust in Bryce.
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Yep. And you know what? And that's why, because that's happening, like, it's going to make a case for why he should be here next season, or why he should be given that chance. Because I think it's honestly safe to say that this has been a better year for Bryce. Maybe not quite officially as far as stats compared to last year, because I mean, I know, we're not done yet, and we know that he didn't play a full season. But you said it best, Chad. Progression.
Yep.
that has been present these last handful of games, especially even before the bye, even on the wins. And for him to be able to play like he did against a two-time defending, like back-to-back current Super Bowl champs, with the record that they have, and a team we haven't played in a while, but if y'all remember, we got close to beating them the last time we played them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the main thing is once this is all over, I think the idea of Dave Canales and Bryce just keeping that relationship and keeping in sync, and then really take what they've been able to do this season, regardless of how it ends, and just build off of that, like a potter to clay.
Mm-hmm.
Strip away some of those hindering pieces, but
Yep.
the pieces that are good, that have been strengthened, you hold solid to those pieces, and you continue to shape what it is that you really want to improve on and maintain.
Yep.
Because my whole thing is Bryce is out there playing to not only keep his job, but to also prove and show that what? Maybe despite the hype, maybe he does belong in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So, and right now, it's progressing in that direction so far.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
I
You're
mean,
He's
starting to see some of these same people that were calling him a bum and a bust and yada 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 starting to change their tune now.
hey,
They're starting to eat their words.
I'm one of them. Like I said, I thought
Yeah.
backup at best. I mean, and
And I'm with you too. Me too.
but you know what? I have no problem with him proving me wrong and just
Facts.
doing his thing, improving and showing that hey, I can be a starting quarterback in the NFL and do some damage.
I
So,
think one of the biggest things that Dave showed me today was adjustments
yeah.
because that's something we have previously struggled with. And, I've been waiting to see who Dave Canales is as a head coach. What is he capable of doing? How is he managing a game at the highest level against the Chiefs? And he just showed me
Hmm.
adjustments. Um, you know, Chad, you mentioned the left tackle thing. I'm going to mention another one is Chuba Hubbard because once we stopped throwing the ball to Chuba Hubbard, we started running him up the middle instead. That's when we started scoring
Yeah.
because you notice we kept getting inside the five, inside the five, inside the five every time.
Yep.
What do you think a running back does? Push him up
yeah.
the middle. It's gut check time.
Yeah. And that's why you remember in the chat I was like, "Okay, we got the pedal. Run it in. Run it in."
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
and sure enough, they made the right call. Dave made the right call.
Yep.
But
But that just impressed me today. And shout out to Dave Canales for that. Shout out to Isaiah Sazik, who says future is looking bright. Indeed.
yep.
Very much indeed. And Cover Girl 678, who says, good game, Panthers from a KC fan. Hey, good game
Good game.
to
Good
you.
game.
Congrats on the win. You guys earned it. We made you earn it, but congrats on the win.
Yeah. Um what did y'all think Bryce's best throw was today?
my thought on the best throw today was an incomplete pass. Um, he made a killer. He made like two killer throws. Um, one of them was sideline to Xavier.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that
Yep.
drop. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, And Xavier's a rookie, man. I mean, he's a rookie, so we got to take that. He's not
He did
more.
he did put it in the breadbasket though.
Yeah,
He
both
did.
of those were on XL,
Um,
100%.
he also made a really great throw. So he made a really great throw to Xavier that wasn't caught. It was a big time throw. Um, honestly, one of my favorite throws of the game from him was when he threw it away on the sideline on the drive that we did score the touchdown on. It wasn't a completion. He threw it away. That's something we couldn't even beg Cam Newton to do. And
That's
Yeah.
fair.
it
That's fair.
wasn't
Yeah,
a
true.
completion, right, Jason? It
Right.
wasn't a completion, but it was a smart throw.
I
And
see.
it
Yes.
was good to see that.
I see what you're
So,
saying.
so there was two throws that I thought that were
Yeah.
really good. Um, like I said, one of them was to XL.
Mm-hmm.
The XL didn't pull in. Good defense, but he should have grabbed it.
Yeah.
The other one was,
hmm
like I said, one of the best. The best throws sometimes don't have to be completions. It's the smart throw.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And he threw one away that was really smart. And even the announcers were like, that was key. And ended
Yep.
up leading to a first down on the next play.
Oh yeah, that's right. The play where he threw it away
hmm
instead of taking the sack. That's right.
hmm
Yeah,
We've had so many quarterbacks that would have taken the sack.
Yeah.
yeah.
What about you, Corey?
That's a tough one for me. That's a tough follow up after what he just said. But yeah, you definitely want to encourage the throwaways in those situations because it can lead to good things. Um, for me, it was the throw to Thielen down the field on the left sideline because
Oh, okay.
in a crucial situation, Thielen came up big, and that ball was right on the money when we really, really needed
Mm-hmm.
it. And we had been struggling to get, you know, uh, drives to continue moving down the field, after penalties and stuff. That play kept it moving.
Mm-hmm.
And if we hadn't had, some of those big plays like that, it could have cost us a game,
True.
in a bigger way than it did. Much, much bigger way. So you had to continue scoring. And that's the biggest thing. Sometimes that looks like field goal after field goal after field goal, if your defense is playing well. And you just trust your defense to keep you in it. But um, when you're driving down the field and you see issues
Mm-hmm.
with penalties, it's like a motor trying to rev up, rev up, rev up. And then, when you finally get that big pass, it's just like, vroom, and you're like, thank God, we're still moving, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was big for me.
Good choice. Good choice. Um, for me, there's three. There's three.
Mm,
One was the fourth down conversion, the pass to Thielen.
yeah.
Um, while being pressured, the throw to David Moore, while he had two defenders about to just cream him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the impressive touchdown pass to David Moore, where even though the defender was all over his back, and I'm surprised it didn't get a flag, he threw it right to where only David Moore could catch it.
Yeah.
Which Tommy Tremble almost did the same thing, but he couldn't quite bring it down. But he got his hands on it, the jump ball, but he couldn't quite bring it down. But the touchdown pass to David Moore, that was solid. That was really solid. Um, Mr. Gemini says he was running too. Oh yeah, Bryce definitely showed great
Mhm.
awareness and scrambling when he needed to.
Yep.
So there was that. Mr. Gemini says, and Jatavion landing on his head was scary. Hope he will be okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we hope so too. Cause yeah, that did look really scary. And man, it would have been nice to have him and Coker today. But you know what? Offense did their thing. And check this out, y'all. Interview with Andy Reid. Apparently, one of his notes was Andy Reid says that the Panthers made a nice move by taking Bryce Young in 2023.
Wow.
And that's from Andy.
Wow.
That's from Andy Reid.
That's nice.
Whoa. And Andy Reid is just besides uh his counterpart that ran the New England dynasty.
Hmm.
Andy Reid has made some excellent picks as well. With his GM
Yeah,
in Casey, and he knows exactly what he wants, and he's always able to find it late in the draft. You know,
yeah,
and it's just quite impressive how a three-time Super Bowl coach, gave us that type of a compliment.
oh
That
yeah,
really says, okay,
Stop.
with Bryce Young in a sink or swim situation because we fixed the line, we gave him weapons, we gave him everything he needs. There's no more crutches. He either sinks or he swims.
hmm,
So to hear that from a three-time Super Bowl winning head coach and a legend in Andy Reid, I love this guy. By the way, um, I used to watch him in Philadelphia just absolutely tear defenses apart with McNabb and the whole group.
hmm,
And it's a doggone shame he didn't win Philadelphia the Super Bowl that year. But oh man, to see him get in a better situation now and win those Super Bowls. And the thing is, when he was asked after the Super Bowl what he was going to do, I'm just want a cheeseburger.
I just want a cheeseburger.
The most humbling answer you could ever have from a head coach. I was just like, I love this
It's
dude.
like it's like I'm hungry. I want a cheeseburger. I just want a cheeseburger.
I love it. He doesn't even want to party. He doesn't even want to do anything special. He just wants a cheeseburger. And I'm like, that is the most down to earth answer I've ever heard.
Shoot. If I,
But, for him to say that about Bryce really highlights this whole decision making process. And I think that's going to go into it. Definitely.
if I ever meet him, I'll be like, hey, I'll buy.
Absolutely.
It's like
I'll buy as many cheeseburgers as you want,
it's,
buddy.
it's like you in the cheeseburger mood. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
But big words from Andy Reid. Mr. Gemini brought up an interesting point.
Mm.
He says the thing that I didn't like in this game is that Chuba only had 2 carries in the first half.
Yeah, well, we adjusted on that, and look what we did in the second half, you know, because of that. And once Dave figured that out, once this offense figured this out, that solved our red zone scoring problem.
Yeah,
And
good
we're
point.
like, okay, yeah, we're back in it.
Yeah, I agree with Corey on that. That was we didn't run the ball early. Um I don't think that was a Canals thing. That was a trying to outcoach Andy Reid thing. If that makes sense.
Interesting.
Um
That's the little
it
things
wasn't
I've
going to work.
noticed.
That's why we started using Tompkins. And I was like, who the hell is Tompkins? You know? And then the guy made up yards. I mean, we had to play, we're not playing the Giants. We're not playing the Packers. We're not playing, we're playing Andy Reid.
Right.
Yeah.
He
Packers
knew
just
that we
tore it.
had the number 4 running back in the league. You know what? Guess what? Kareem Hunt didn't have a great game today either. He didn't kill it.
Mm.
You know why? Because Canales knew they were going to go with Kareem Hunt. That's why P. Ryan did stuff that we weren't probably expecting. Hunt didn't do a whole lot today. We also wasn't. They probably were expecting us to go with Chuba early. When you can open up the passing game,
Mm-hmm.
then you start opening up the running game. So yeah, the first half we did not run Chuba a whole lot. We used Tompkins. Like I said, who the hell is that guy? Um, Second half, we started opening up a little bit. They started respecting us. They started respecting the passing game.
Mm-hmm.
Hunt did not have a great game today. We were going in prepared for him. We were also going in prepared for Kelsey. We
Yep.
did not go in prepared for Piron. We were not prepared to go in for Gray.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that had 2 touchdowns. Yeah.
right.
And
And,
the
and
thing
you know
is,
what?
you have so many weapons in KC that you can double, and then eventually some of these guys are going to get some catches
Correct.
because of that
Right.
one-on-one.
So it's kind of a chess match from a coach's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Um,
DeAndre Hopkins didn't really blow up this game either. I mean,
no, you're right.
It's because we had Mike Jack on. Mike Jack was handling his business out there today. Shout out Mike Jack.
shout out to Mike Jack. Um, but no, that's a really good point, Chad. That's a really good point. Um, and it's one of those things where I just Coach Connect. Oh, oh,
We had a group chat
oh,
invite.
oh,
Yeah. You
go
want
on.
to put them in you want to put them in Zoom if they want to join in?
I mean, if they want to, yeah.
Yeah. So put the let me put the Zoom stuff in main chat.
Cool deal. Yeah, let me do that right quick.
I got you.
Oh, you got it. Oh, okay, cool deal. And let me know if that doesn't work, and I'll use the other link. Mr. Gemini said JC got cooked today. He got worked, but some of those holding calls were ridiculous, and
Yeah.
PIs. Some of those were ridiculous. Um, but JC, came back later in the game. Had the big sack and was hanging tough. I mean, definitely not one of his strong games for sure, but he got some of those calls were ridiculous, like really ridiculous. So that's all
Yep.
I that's all I could say to that. But yeah, like the refs really were just ridiculous.
And this isn't new either because the referees have been doing a lot of shady stuff with the Chiefs all year. And I like JC Horn. He's a top 5 corner and he's proven it. And there was so much talk about, oh, JC Horn is an injury prone corner, this, that, and the third. And, these same people are quiet as a graveyard when this dude starts producing. And I'm like, you know, maybe this dude is everything I've said he is after all. But nobody wants to acknowledge it. So I'm like, whatever. Let the play on the field say what I need to say for him.
Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. Devin Robinson, welcome to the stream. He says, "Man, that was a good game. Wish you guys won. I'm tired of the Chiefs getting their way." I mean,
Ooh.
it's it's annoying, but like I said before, they're a dynasty. They're a dynasty
True,
for
true.
a reason. So I mean,
Who are you a fan of? Which team? Just out of curiosity.
oh, for that one's for you, Devin. Um, oh yeah,
Because we've had some random teams fans come in here, that aren't a part of the original matchup.
yeah. Um, oh, so more detailed quote from Patrick Mahomes on Bryce Young. He says, and I quote, I thought he played his tail off. Man throws a really good football. It's funny. I think Texas Tech was the first one to offer him when he was in 8th grade, and I was at Texas Tech. So I remember watching his highlight tapes then and knew he was going to be a great player. Obviously, he went to
No way.
He says, obviously he went to Bama and was the first draft pick, but I think it would have been cool to see him bounce back these last few. It's been cool to see him bounce back these last few weeks and played some great football. I know he has it because I've seen it for a long time and he gave us a scare today. End quote.
Wow. So he was in Texas Tech at the time, huh? Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where Patrick
Okay, okay.
that's where Mahomes played and
Yeah.
apparently they wanted Bryce apparently.
Wow.
Oh, Devin says he's a Vikings fan. Yeah, he's a Vikings fan.
Yeah, we need to divert everybody to the stream if we're doing this. I guess.
Here, let me copy the big link in there. See
Yeah,
if
yeah,
that
yeah.
works. And then
Try that.
yeah. Um but yeah, Devin says he's a Vikings fan. Oh, did they win today? Did they win in overtime? Let me see if they
Vikings.
Yeah, they did. They beat the Bears.
They did.
Yep.
Yeah. That game should have never went to overtime though, because if you've watched the Bears, they're just not that impressive. And it seemed like Minnesota just wasn't trying on defense. They just didn't bring their defense that day,
Ooh,
today. And,
Jordan
Chicago got 17 points in that fourth quarter.
Ooh, Jordan Addison went off. 8 catches, 162 yards and a touchdown. Oof.
Yeah.
That's
That's
Aaron Jones, 22 carries, 106 yards and a touchdown. Okay.
DJ Moore, 7 catches, 106 yards, and a touchdown. Crazy, man.
DJ,
That's the DJ Moore we're used to right there.
yeah, shout out to him.
That's
Um,
more like it. 340 yards for Caleb Williams. What?
hey,
And 2 touchdowns?
not
32 for 47.
not bad.
That is ridiculous.
Uh,
Sam Darnold had an equally crazy day. 22 for 34, 330 yards and 2 touchdowns too. So
nice.
much
Wow.
love to him.
Wow, Justin Jefferson only had 2 catches, 27 yards? Wow.
Yeah, surprisingly.
That's very shocking. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Devin says, "Yeah, it shouldn't. It's the life of a Vikings fan. We like to play with our food. Yeah, the defense wasn't there today, but I give him a pass. It's been saving us. Fair enough.
You got Keenan Allen, 9 catches for 86 yards and a touchdown. Still doing what he does, man. He's still a
Yeah,
beast.
for reals. Um, but yeah, close game though. I mean, hey, went to went to overtime. Devin said, yeah, he probably played his best game, but the defense was asleep today. Can't lie. Hey, hey, I feel you. I feel you. But it's like they say, any given Sunday, you are correct. You are
That's
correct.
true.
But
I think one of the bigger things for me in this game is just the innovativeness of the left tackle position because we decided at first we're going to start Icky, and then we slid Brady Christensen in there at left tackle from time to time.
Mm.
I don't know if people noticed that or not, but it made a difference because they weren't game planning for it.
Good point.
Like they were fully expecting Icky, and they were bringing the full pass rush. And then when they saw Brady Christensen sitting over there, they're like, "Wait a minute, we got to change up our blitz strategy,"
Yeah.
and it messed them up. And I'm like, "Brilliant, Dave." I don't know whose brilliant idea that was, but brilliant. That even surpassed me right there. And I've been coming up with some pretty smart stuff that could help too.
Yeah.
I didn't even come up with that one. So very impressive, Dave.
Hey, there you
That
go.
shows he did his homework on this team and he understood, okay, these are the tendencies here, these are the tendencies here, these are the
Mm.
weak points here. He really did his homework from top to bottom in the film study, and I'm impressed.
Mm.
You know,
Devin says they had him on lock. He couldn't do anything. Oh, they were able to lock down Justin Jefferson. Man, well, I guess it's a first.
Mhm.
It's a first time for everything, I guess. But that's.
One of the players that I wanted to point out was McDuffie, the corner for the Chiefs.
Oh
And
yeah.
this was a big reason why we couldn't get anything on that side of the field, is because McDuffie is a very, very tight coverage corner.
Hmm.
Like, you're not going to get much. If you do, like, he will stop you right out of the gate.
Oh, Trent
He's a
McDuffie.
very
Yeah.
dangerous. Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
And so before the game even started, Jake Delhomme was mentioning Carl Loftus and Chris Jones, being rotated around.
Yeah.
And I'm like, finally, we have somebody that was actually talking about Carl Loftus, because I mentioned this dude in the previous streams, and I said, okay, we do not want this dude going off. He could go off at any moment. He has the skills. He has the talents. He doesn't have the numbers yet. But if you let him do his thing,
Yo,
he will be a terror.
Hey, Chad.
yo,
That's good, man.
I was wondering.
good.
I was wondering what happened to you.
I can't
He was
get you
trying
on
to
my
get the.
Bluetooth for some reason.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
do you have to charge it or something?
No, it's on. I can't get in on it. Like I can only hear you from like if I put my phone on speaker.
Weird.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Weird.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Um, but no, that's a very interesting breakdown on McDuffie, and on one of those plays, I think on the play that Bryce threw the ball away, he was being chased down by Karlaftis.
Yeah. I warned people about this dude. We do not want him to start balling out and start getting the numbers off of us.
Yeah.
If he's going to do that, he needs to do that against somebody else. But eventually he will, because he was one of the two sack leaders last year
Good
in
point.
the whole NFL. He and Chris Scott led the whole crew. And I was like, wow. Let me actually find that. And while I'm finding that, actually wanted to talk about the Chiefs running back as well, because I was fully expecting him to get about 100 yards, knowing our run defense, and it didn't happen.
Yep. Good point.
So um, our D line stepped up in run defense in the last 2 weeks, and in a very, very big way. I was very pleased with that. Um, but Kareem Hunt is being used the correct way, and he's being used in short yardage situations, being pushed ahead, as kind of a short yardage fullback in a way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Good point.
And I thought that was really interesting to bring up. Let me see. Who was it I was looking up? Remind me again.
I think you were looking up. Um, oh my goodness, it was off the tip of my tongue.
Oh,
Oh man,
not McDuffie, but
Karloftis.
the other dude.
Car.
Yeah, Kalafis.
Yeah, because I think you said he was one of the top sack
Yeah,
leaders.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So thus far, let me see if I can bring up his full stats here. So for his career, he's had 60 solo tackles out of 104. You know,
Oof.
and 20 and a half sacks in his career in 3 years. 1 forced fumble, 2 fumble recoveries. And here's the big number I want people to pay attention to: 12 pass deflections.
Oof.
He had 7 in his rookie year. Run stuffs, he has 9. And so 2023, last year, he had 10 and a half sacks. So this dude is very, very dangerous. And I was like, do not get this man started numbers wise. If you do, we are going to have a very, very long day.
Yep.
And you want guys like that in there that can solo tackle like that. That's exactly what I'm hunting for when I say we need to replace a couple of these guys on the defensive line.
I see. I see.
And thus far, he has 13 solo tackles, 4 sacks. But those are short numbers, but he could bring that up at any point in time. He's 6'4", 263, and he's from Purdue. Round 1, pick 30 in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and when he was picked, you know, I kind of like passed it off. I was like, you can have him. You can have him. And then I saw what he started doing in his rookie year, and I was like, wait a minute. Did we just screw up? Because now, like, Worthy has been on our draft board,
Mm-hmm.
and Worthy is going off. He's become their number 1. So now you got DeAndre Hopkins going over there, which we love DeAndre Hopkins here. And McCole Hardman's back over there now.
Yep.
You got a number 1 in Worthy. You got Travis Kelce. I mean, you got weapons out the wazoo.
Yep.
There's no reason why they shouldn't be putting up like 20-point wins over people like we were in 2015.
Yeah.
There's no reason. So I'm looking at this like, okay, how good is our coverage? You know, when we managed to shut down Worthy for 4 catches, we managed to shut down DeAndre Hopkins for 5. You know, I'm like, okay, we got something here. We got something in this secondary. I was very surprised to see how good that coverage was. And in previous games, we gave up a lot of these catches and we gave up a lot of points, you know, and it was a big concern. So to see them step up like this, you know, now we know, not only do we know how good we are with all the players that we have, now we know what players we need to replace, because the players that we need to replace are going to be the ones that show up in the stat board that are still not doing anything in games like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it'll show up in the solo tackles. So let me put this up on the screen for everybody on my stream so everybody can see it. I had it up there earlier. There we go. So you're looking at Josie Jewell, who had not 6 solo tackles out of 9. You know,
Uh-huh.
you had J.C. Horn, who had 6 solo tackles out of 6. You have Michael Jackson, 4 out of 4. And this is those are the typical ones that you've been seeing every week, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Consistently, they've been doing that. Now, the surprise was Xavier Woods 7 solo tackles out of 8. You got Alshon Robinson with 5 solo tackles out of 8. And now you got Jordan Fuller with 5 out of 5. Which came out of nowhere. And honestly, it didn't come out of nowhere because guess what? Everybody else is doing their job because we're getting people back off injury, like DJ Wanham, and we're getting the pressure that we need to get, like we should have been getting from the early days, this season.
Right.
So now that you're getting that, it's like everybody else can just back off and do the jobs that they're supposed to be doing. Fuller's a safety. He's being a safety. He doesn't have to double up on his duties anymore. And that was the biggest problem was we had people doubling up on our duties and getting injured several times. And I have a feeling that J.C. Horn was one of those people that was a victim of that.
Unfortunately.
You had who was the corner that we let go of too? Dante Jackson was a victim of that. Yet he is balling out somewhere else now.
Steelers.
He's actually not balling out.
Wait, Dante Jackson?
Oh, he isn't?
No, he's mid-tier. He's playing okay, but he's not balling out.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Maybe it's
he's okay. We can't say that he's just out here killing it, but he's not.
Okay, fair. But he's playing
he's
well enough that
he's Dane Jackson type material, but way more expensive. So keep that in mind, guys. Right? So we kind of made that move for Dane Jackson. Dante Jackson isn't killing it. He is playing okay, but
I'll amend that statement.
Yeah, he's doing Dane Jackson things. The only difference is he has played more of the year than Dane Jackson has, right?
Well, also keep in mind that the last time Dante got 4 interceptions in a season was his rookie year.
Right.
Fair point.
So
okay, fair points. But
he didn't get a
victim of what I'm talking about though.
He didn't get a single interception last season with us, and he played all 16 games. So
right. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm alluding to he's another victim of having to do double duty and all that, and he looked like trash out there on the field, which is why everybody was like,
fair.
"Oh, he's dumpster fire. He's made of glass and this and that and the other," and they're doing it to J.C. Horn too, and I'm like, that's not fair.
Fair
These
enough.
guys are trying to do double duty out here and having to play Superman out there when you got a ton of injuries. And then they want to blame Evero Ajaro for that too. And I'm like, hold up a minute. Slow your roll, everybody. Let's take a look at what is actually going on here. Don't take it at face value. Look at all the other elements involved. It's not as simple as it looks. So we're out here scapegoating players and we're not looking at the full picture. And I'm like, I don't like this. And everybody called J.C. Horn trash, at the beginning of the year and before this last year when we didn't have all our players out there. And I'm like, dude, this dude is still doing what he's doing. He's still balling out when he's on the field. I get it, availability is the best ability, but still, if you don't have that type of talent on the field, you have to double up somewhere else, right? And then who are you going to blame then? You're going to blame the player that was doubling up?
Right.
It leads into a whole rabbit hole of what the heck,
I agree.
I don't like it.
No, I totally agree. For sure, because we've got players like you said, J.C. Horn that is out here balling, and if there's any mistake, then it's like, oh, what's he doing?
Yeah,
And
and then when he gets back on the field, everybody's just like flip flopping. Now they're
yeah,
like, "Oh yeah, let's pay J.C. Horn. Let's absolutely pay J.C. Horn." Same people.
yeah,
It's the same
no,
ones
I
doing it
agree.
to Bryce too. And I'm like, "Come on, man. Like, be fair to the man."
Yeah, I mean the haters are like they
They're
hate when
such
it
flip
hate, and
floppers.
then yeah, they're flip floppers. You're right. I agree with that for sure, man.
I've
For
been on
sure.
several streams and it drives me absolutely bananas.
Mm.
Oh,
I
it's
don't say
nuts,
anything
dude.
normally, but at some point I gotta call it what it is.
No, I agree because these guys are players that are playing. Anybody that has any kind of hate on JC Horn is out of their mind. I
I agree.
mean, the guy is, if he's on the field and he's healthy, he's money.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
and we've dealt with some injuries from him his first year, second year, but we know when he's on the field, he's money. What are you going to trade him for? I mean, not even trade because you're not going to trade that guy, that type of caliber.
We
What are you
had
going to
garbage offers come in.
what's better? What is better than that out there? I mean, there's nothing. He
Yeah.
is a top 5 type guy. And yes, he's been hurt. It sucks. But you know what? He's
I would argue
also
Bradbury, but he was a former Carolina Panthers corner,
that's
top
right.
five
But
corner.
Bradbury is also about 6 years older.
Yep.
Um, so I mean, Horn is where it's at, and he's
Yep.
physical and he's tough,
Yep.
Yeah.
and I mean, he's a must resign guy,
I
just like
love that
Cuba
Dave
Hubbard.
Canales is building his whole defense around guys like this. That's a cornerstone. That's beautiful.
Yeah,
And see, folks got to also remember, yeah, J.C. Horn, rookie year, taken out by
Yep.
injury. But
Yep.
then,
right,
but then he came back the following year, and even though he didn't play a full season, the dude still played 13 games and played really well. Not to mention, uh, 53 total tackles, 3 interceptions, and 7 passes deflected. I mean,
exactly.
had a heck of a
Mm-hmm.
sophomore season.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
last year, uh, hit the injury bug, but then look at this year, and he's played every game this year so far,
Mm-hmm.
and only has 1 interception, but 10 passes deflected, 44 total tackles. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of folks are saying that you don't see a lot thrown JC's way. Why
that's
is that?
right.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
know?
Yep. And he's starting to learn, and he's starting to get the respect from the refs. He didn't today, I'll tell you that, but
Right.
he also is getting he's starting to get the respect from the league. And JC Horn is a must resign, like Chuba Hubbard
Absolutely
was a must
agree.
resign. I mean, JC Horn is the man. When he's on the field, he's balling. And
Yep.
his injuries are not like his major injuries, it's nagging injuries.
Right.
And that was his rookie year and halfway through the second year. It's nagging injuries. It's like bullshit injuries that we all get. Maybe a
Mm-hmm.
hamstring or a quad or, an ankle. It's not an ACL. It's not
Right.
a bone break. I mean, this guy is, if we don't re sign him, then we really screwed up.
Oh,
So,
oh, if we don't bring him
Yeah.
back, this sets the
Oh yeah.
secondary way back.
Yeah.
and he's
And it
got
sends
that
a message to all
dog.
the defensive players. Oh, where is our culture now?
Right.
Do we want to stay here?
And he's got that dog in him, which
Yeah.
is nice. He's got that dog. His dad
Mm-hmm.
was a badass. Y'all remember him?
Joe Horn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Horn.
Yeah, Joe
Hmm
I
Horn,
mean,
that dude was
Joe Horn was an animal.
he was
yeah.
he was annoying like crazy to
Oh
Carolina
my
defense.
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, so this guy has that dog in him, man. I mean, it was raised, it was brought into that. It's in his blood.
hmm
We don't want him to be, you know, uh, another, let's say Grant Hill or, any of those guys that were great players. But we know that he's that guy. I mean, we saw it today. I mean, this guy was like arguing with the refs, and he was out there. If he had 2 years more experience, there was no problem.
Yeah.
They probably would have given him, whatever he asked for. But he is that guy.
And thankfully we picked up his 5th-year option.
That's
Yeah.
right. Oh, absolutely. If we
hmm
wouldn't have done that, then man, I would have had major problems with this year.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right, because they did it back in April. Yep, they did it back in
Yeah,
April.
yeah. They have to bring this guy back. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's JC Horn. I mean, this guy's money.
And then word is, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but word is that they're supposed to be piecing together like quite an extension for JC.
Yeah,
Like,
there is. There he's the
Good.
next on the process.
because I think they want
So
to do him like they did Chuba.
yeah, exactly. You nailed
Yeah.
it, Jason. That's what
Yep.
they're doing.
That's
They're
exactly
wanting,
what I want that contract to look like too.
yeah, it is.
Incentive
They're
based.
you nailed it, Jason. That's what they're wanting. Is
The more healthy games you have, the more you get paid.
they're gonna do it just like Chuba. They want him back. They're building the franchise around him and Chuba.
Yep.
So, that's where there's like a lot of people that are like, why did we draft, Jonathan Brooks? Well, because we want to have those two guys backs. Um, and then at the same time, Chuba's got this. We got Chuba on a really good freaking contract for someone as good as he is.
Yeah.
It's a good contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's
True.
good for both parties. Um,
You know what
but
else? You know what else I'm noticing? He's speaking out more. He's getting the pregame like hype ups for the
Mm-hmm.
team. Chuba is speaking out more.
He's becoming the leader that I was hoping he would be. He's kind of that quiet introvert, but this new role of his is forcing him to become more of a leader, in that way too. So
Hmm.
as this continues, to start to see more pressures from him too, which will be good for him. And we'll see how this progresses.
It just would have been nice to see Jonathan Brooks get more than 2 carries, though.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, they're gonna bring Brooks in slow
True,
because
true.
there's a reason they brought him in. Um,
Yeah, you want to take this one, Chad, because you're explaining this on my stream.
we drafted him. Um, we stole him in the draft,
Mm-hmm.
so I think it's a really good thing, a really good way that they're gonna do it.
Hmm.
We're not gonna use him this year that much. I mean, it's just why would you? With the way the
Yeah.
injuries are going, I mean, we're not gonna
Evaluation
do it
process.
right. It's gonna be a slow process. We know what we got, and we know that um Canales now kind of is really seeing what he's trying to bring in. Um Brooks is gonna be an asset. But first game back, I really did not think that he was going to even see the field that much,
Hmm.
which he didn't. and I can't blame them, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we already have the receiver. I think they're going to try to see the receivers. We've already signed Chuba. We already know we have Brooks locked in, right?
Yeah.
Brooks is a no-brainer. He's not costing us any money,
Right.
Right.
right? So why try to bring a guy in and hurt him, right? Even
Yeah.
with Miles Sanders out, it doesn't even matter. Would he have been a difference today? We don't know.
Yeah. We don't
Miles
know.
Sanders wouldn't have been a
We don't know.
difference. I mean, damn, we had like, better performances, from Johnson. I mean, who I didn't even know who this guy was, but let's just, look at it like that. Maybe next week we start seeing a little bit more. The week after we start seeing a little bit more
Hmm.
from Brooks. Um I'm really excited about Brooks, but at the same time, we know that we re-signed Chuba. He's re-signed. We know
Yeah.
that's guaranteed,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
right? So we're not trying to hurt players and get them going.
Right.
You know,
Understandable.
we're
Yeah,
trying to
this isn't the
win, but
Ron Rivera era.
right, we're trying to win, but at the same time, I don't think we're trying to win. I think we're trying to see what we've got. Um, it's not a
Mm-hmm.
win-loss thing now. If we win, we win.
Hmm.
Awesome. If we lose, then guess what? Our draft pick's better.
And what did we learn?
We're learning our players.
Yep.
Hmm.
We're learning
Mm-hmm.
coaching staff. We're learning they're all melding. We're not
We're
tanking.
learning what we need to replace too.
So,
That's right.
so, so
Yep.
over,
So
so overall, Chad, basically your point when it comes to Jonathan Brooks is, one, he ain't going nowhere. Two, they're gonna bring him up, slowly. They're gonna give him a carry. If Chuba's got to sit out for a play, here's a carry or whatnot. Maybe come in on a block, but pretty much he ain't going anywhere. Develop him slowly.
exactly, because
Mm-hmm.
and I actually don't think that we're trying to tank for a first round pick or a second, or a number 2 pick or a 3 pick. I
Hmm.
think we're trying to win,
Hmm.
and we're going to be in the top 10 picks. Bottom line, um, we know what we got here. We got
Hmm.
some young players. We got Xavier Leggett. We got
Mm-hmm.
Coker that was a steal. We've got Brooks. We got Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Screw Miles Sanders. We don't even care about him anymore. Um, we know what we got.
Hmm.
We're trying to build the forefront of the future, and we're not really trying to win out. If we win, we win. If we lose, then it doesn't really matter. We're just going to have a higher draft pick. We have
Right.
set ourselves up with really good positions in drafts right now. If you look at it, we're set
Mm-hmm.
up pretty well with
Hmm.
Correct.
draft picks. Okay, so it's not about like we're not. Here's my point: we're not going for a quarterback. We should be going for defensive front. Bryce has proven this right now. Um, I think we're going to make some moves for like maybe a backup quarterback, a bridge quarterback. Bad. We need linebacker help really bad. Um,
Yeah, we do.
you know, a safety even. Um,
I would be prepared to spend top five money for a safety because I'm about done with the lack of safety help that we have right now.
I agree because today
We need
showed
to upgrade.
big time. Linebacker and safety today showed we were weak there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Despite the
midline,
numbers.
yeah, I mean, but midline we were weak today.
Yep.
Um, we bring in some players that can self-perform. All these guys are on quarterbacks, dude. If we bring in a rookie quarterback, we're starting over from A1, B1, whatever. We don't want to do that again. I don't want to do it. Do y'all? Y'all want to see another offensive change for a quarterback that's going to take 2 to 3 years?
Yeah,
It'd
Bryce is
have to be
showing
a
it
guy with
today.
the same system
yeah,
that
and
Bryce is running.
I'm not a fan of the continuous quarterback carousel, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
seriously,
either.
man.
I want that solved.
Yeah, I mean,
We're going to be sitting anywhere between 9 and 13 from the simulations I ran. But it could change up at any point in time because any given Sunday. But either way, no matter where we land, we're still looking at some solid defensive linemen that are going to be sitting up there,
there's
before.
a ton, Corey. This is
So
actually the strongest one of the strongest drafts for defense right now. So we could actually nail it
really
down
cashed
right
in.
now.
We already have 3 left tackles in mind as well, so that's already been prepared way ahead of time, just in case we want to go that direction. So I agree with you. I think linebackers should be where we should throw our attention, or defensive end. But the left tackle position is open if we wish to go that route. I
Yeah.
agree. We should not be going quarterback, and I really honestly think that this is going to be a very, very interesting draft coming up. I still want to get some help for Icky and Brady Christensen and Cade Mays, So we want a tackle that represents what Brady Christensen is. If you're going for a guard or slash center, you want something that looks like Cade Mays. You know what I mean? We want
Yeah.
the next version of those players, and we want them to last more than 5 years.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to offensive linemen, these guys are like double A batteries. They don't last long. So you have to get the
But you know
Energizer
what?
Bunny
You're right.
battery.
You know what? Today kind of showed that um I really liked what Canales did on the offensive line front,
Yeah,
and
that
I
was
did
creative.
not agree with Icky starting last week, but I did
Agreed.
like that Cade was starting at center. But
Uh-huh.
then they shifted Icky and they brought in Brady, and they kind of made moves, and it was like, okay, I like this.
Hmm.
This is
Yeah,
it
that came
was
out of
really,
left field. I was not expecting that.
dude, exactly. It was kind of like
It took me
baseball.
off guard too.
It was kind of like baseball moves. It was like, oh, we're gonna move these guys around as needed. And that was kind of nice because Icky actually played a really good game today. He did not screw up. He gave up no plays. And when they brought in Brady and moved him in and pulled Icky or shifted Icky, um, you can also shift Cade and move Brady there. And it was like, okay, this is nice. I like this. This is like really good coaching.
Icky before this point was showing that he could only last about 3/4 and not a full 4. And
Right,
that was the concern, and that's why we made that move.
right.
And I thought it was genius. That's how you solve it.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
now you got multiple position players, and you're still using a 3-year guy like Icky, um, who is strong. I mean, we got to remember Icky was really good his rookie year. Um,
We
but
took
yeah, I
Tennessee
mean,
off
the way
guard
that
with this move because they were not game planning for that at all. They
they
thought,
weren't
okay, you start a left
exactly
tackle for a game, you're starting him for all 4 quarters, right? No,
right.
not this time.
Mm.
That
Nope.
was playing checkers on KC's part when we were playing chess with this move.
Yeah, it was. You're right.
Yeah. Good
Exactly
call.
right,
Good
dude.
call.
I
They
loved
were
it. When
not
I
ready for
saw it
that.
today, Corey, I'm telling you, when I saw it today, I was
They must
like,
have heard me.
well, and I was also agreeing with all this. I was like, okay, so even though they started Icky and they played Cade at center, they brought in Brady Christensen and they moved guys around. And it's like, okay, so if we bring in another Brady Christensen type guy, then now, dude, we're pretty solid. And you can get that kind of guy in like the third round instead of having to dive into the first round. So now we can go into the first round and go for a defensive end in rusher type
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah, you're
You
not
know,
immediately having to go for a left tackle or a guard, to back up Brady
exactly, because now
Christensen.
Yeah.
you're
Hey,
teaching exactly because now you're teaching guys to move around.
And
correct.
and not only
I
that,
like that.
Bryce is you could definitely tell he's trusting his O line
Hmm.
more and
Yeah.
more. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
just the poise that he was showing in the pocket and like I said, I agree. Like I still think personally, try to tweak the D line a little more. I know we're seeing some positives from, DJ Wanham playing, from Ashawn Robinson. He's been looking pretty consistent. I still think we should tweak the D line. Let's improve that D line a little more. Um,
You
Well,
might be onto
Jason, we
something.
have to
What if
because
we
some of these guys are only on 1 year contracts, so we definitely have to.
that's true. You know what? That's a good reminder. That is a good
Right.
what if you
reminder.
move people around a little bit on the D line, like you were doing with the O line? Would that work?
Now, what does that affect the base defense though? Like, I well, I guess you could kind of sum it up. It's kind of similar to how you want to mix up the blitz packages.
I
Uh,
think we
I
could
was
definitely
wondering if it
do
was
it.
possible.
I think we could definitely do it. I mean, but Jason, it's like what I was saying. We
uh-huh.
still have to take in consideration who's on 1 year contracts and 2 year contracts, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so we're 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 stuck in certain areas. We spend a lot of money in draft picks on offensive line. We
Yeah.
built
Mm-hmm.
that up.
Oh,
Yeah.
we spent mad money on that O line.
Oh yeah.
That's right. And we spent
And we're
draft
not
money
done
on
yet
it too.
Yeah.
And we're not done. But we
because
also got to
Corbett's
look
going to
at
retire soon.
um the good thing is I think we're set at O line, but on the D line, see Clowney, is he on a 1 year? Is he
Two.
done after next year?
He's got one more. He's got one more.
One more year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so does Wanham, and so does Jewel, right? Am
Yep.
I correct on that?
I
Mm-hmm.
think so.
Okay. All right. Well then we're okay then. We're okay. If we can do that, then we're okay. I mean, this is where Brent Tillis, this is where strong point is.
Yep, that's
So we got
right.
to learn
Mm-hmm.
who are we losing next year, and if we're not losing anybody, and they're on a 1 year deal or 2 year deal,
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
then we're okay. And this is where Brent Tillis and the GMs have made good decisions. Did Wanham really screw us this year? Yeah, he kind of did, but now we're seeing why we brought this guy in,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
because dude, Wanham was one of my favorite pickups over Clowney. I would take a
Mm-hmm.
Wanham all day.
Y-
I mean,
Yep.
Wanham is money.
It's good to see that he's getting, overcoming the injuries and then really getting settled in to
Yeah, and
Yeah.
man, it
Mm-hmm.
was kind of like one of those deals. Like, I'm a big, Hornets fan.
mhm.
When are we ever going to see Mark Williams play? When are we ever going to do this? It's finally good to see that Wanham came back. And when Wanham came back, he's earning his pay. I mean, he's doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
he played great last week. He's played. I mean, since he's been back, it's like okay, we got DJ Wanham. I love that sign, but it's also kind of the same type deal that Sam Fran had. No one knew that Christian McCaffrey was going to miss the first half of the season,
Right.
right?
Right.
He just did.
Mhm.
And dude, trust me, I didn't because I owned him in 3 freaking fantasy leagues, or I would have never drafted him. But it wouldn't have mattered because I would have taken Tyreek Hill or
Yeah, somebody of that nature anyway.
right. And he's not doing anything either. And
Right.
neither is the running back from the Jets. I mean, they're not doing anything. That would have been it. It was going to be like, okay, so 3 leagues I took Christian McCaffrey, which I did not want to do, but I took him in all 3 leagues. But Brees Hall, not doing really a whole lot.
Right.
Tyreek Hill, not doing a whole lot. That was going to be
Mhm.
your top picks at the beginning of the year. That's the way it was going to be.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. So, um, McCaffrey had one of the best careers of his year last year. But I mean, that's all said and done. But we're looking at the Carolina Panthers right now. They're making the right moves. They're making the
Mhm.
right plays, and they're keeping it slow. They're not trying to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so that was my point from the get go at the beginning of the season.
Yep.
A lot of the guys, and between us 3 here on our league that we talk about, our private
Mhm.
chats, dude, I was looking at 5 wins, honestly. 5 wins.
I
Okay.
said 6 or 7, and I'm pretty much going to be on target because we still got the Cowboys. We've still got a possible division win on the radar, and possibly Arizona. One of
Yeah.
those could land us a win.
I
So
th-
I'm sitting there with
I
about
think
6 to
we've got
7.
right. And
hmm.
I agree. I think we have Arizona. I think we
Mhm.
have the Cowboys now. Um, I think we can pull 1 division win. I think 5 wins
Honestly,
is about
if we play our cards right, we could sweep Tampa Bay.
dude, we totally
Mm,
could. And
possibly.
honestly, the way we played against the Chiefs today, I I I think we could win a couple more. And I would actually honestly like to win better because we're not going in. We should not go in for a quarterback, in
Hmm.
my opinion.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's not go for
Okay,
Cam.
so
I don't want to see a quarterback drafted in the first round. Flip that. I am tired of watching wasted draft picks on that. Let's go for offensive line, defensive end, linebackers. I don't care. Let's take best available. I want to see whatever's best out there when we're drafted.
Yeah.
Um, right? So I don't want to see a quarterback. If you're going to draft a quarterback, just go sign Derek Carr like I wanted last year just to be a bridge. I
And,
did not I did not want
yeah.
to see I did not want Bryce. I wanted I did not want Bryce, but I've got him and I support my quarterback. Um
Good. That's the main thing. But
we're I, if we draft a quarterback in the first round, it's the worst move ever. We're okay. We're gonna make it happen. We need
so
offensive line, defensive line, and right now our offensive line looks really good. So now I'm shifting gears to defensive line.
right.
Um,
oh,
you know,
I gotta mention this. Speaking of quarterback, because I know so many folks mention size, but you know what? Bryce did not have a single deflected pass at the line today.
No, he didn't.
Good point, Bliss.
So I don't want to hear
Yes.
no more crap
About
about
his size.
size.
Facts.
Right.
Folks,
No.
whether you're a Bryce Young fan or not, throw that size argument out the window, please.
Thank you.
Throw that out the window.
No.
Russell Wilson never had that problem.
Actually,
And
I
neither
agree
is Bryce.
100%. I agree 100%. I never hated Bryce. I wanted CJ Stroud. And this year, CJ Stroud is struggling. I mean, hasn't had the best year ever. But Stroud's who I wanted. But when we drafted Bryce, I was good with it. I was okay with it. As long as we didn't take other quarterbacks. I was okay with Bryce and I supported him. I backed him.
Mm-hmm.
I still back him. So right now, I'm still going to back him. He's our quarterback.
Yeah.
Stroud's not doing a whole lot. He's not killing it. I mean, for sure. Look at the stats. He's not killing it. He had a good rookie season,
Right.
but his sophomore has not been good.
Apparently
Apparently
he ate a safety today.
Hey, he is not owned that much in most fantasy leagues. He's out there in free agency.
Although Will Levis got sacked 8 times today and still won.
You know what? But Levis is not good.
Yeah.
Let's look at Chicago. Let's look at Chicago's quarterback situation. Everybody thought this guy was going to be the man. He paints his fingernails. He's the man. He's terrible. Okay? He's not good.
Oh, talking about Caleb?
Right? Yeah, Caleb Williams is not good. Everybody thought Anthony Richardson. Let's talk about him.
Dude, I had him pegged before he even got drafted.
He was okay his first 3 games last year. What's he done?
And then everybody figured him out.
He hasn't done a damn thing since then.
Caleb,
I watched him in the combine. This dude cannot throw a short or a medium pass for anything. He can't hit the bright side of a barn if it's right in front of him.
Garbage.
He can throw a deep ball, but that's about it. And that's exactly why they drafted Adonai Mitchell.
And guys,
that's all Adonai does.
This is why I've been preaching for the last month or two is not just Bryce. It's like, dude, we're killing these young guys by throwing them in the fire and forcing them to be number 1 quarterbacks. Will Levis is not the man. Caleb Williams is not the man. Guess what? Jalen McDaniels got his ass raped by a shitty Denver or Dallas team today, right? He's played okay this year. He's played pretty well. Young quarterbacks are not the future until you let them go. Trey Lance got screwed. Justin Fields got screwed at Chicago. And guess what? They replaced him with who?
Oh, Caleb Williams.
That's right. And guess what? Justin Fields goes to Pittsburgh, goes 4-2. And then he gets benched. Why? Because you signed a contract with Russell Wilson that's 36 years old now, 38 years old. I mean, I would rather have a young guy. My point is, you throw these young guys in the fire, they get burned real quick. And now no one wants them. Nobody wants them.
Yeah.
Right? So we look at Love. Love backs up who? Rodgers. 3 years on the bench, doing a great job. Rodgers sat on the bench behind who? Brett Favre.
Yep.
Did a great job. You've got potential 3 Hall of Famers right there. Okay? I'm not
Right.
saying Jordan Love's going to be a Hall of Famer. We don't know yet, but he's doing a damn good job, right?
Right.
Right?
Right.
So we look at Steve Young. We look at Joe Montana. Back up, back up. Sit on the bench for years, right?
Right.
Hall of Famers right there. I mean, it's like, dude, we throw these guys in the fire. We are pushing quarterbacks to be the best of the best in the first year or two. And when they can't do it, we just bench them.
So,
So let's go to this. We go to Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's 29 years old.
mhm,
Baker Mayfield was drafted by the Cleveland Browns,
correct.
right?
Yes.
He led them to a playoff game and got benched. Afterthought. No one likes Baker. Undersized, underthrown, doesn't care. He gets moved. He goes here and here and here. He comes here. He does okay. He actually played pretty damn well. We send him to the Rams. 2 days later, Jason, 2 days later, not a week or two later, he takes over the Rams offense because Stafford got hurt, right?
Yeah.
He kills it. He gets traded to the Bucks. He's making a killing now. He signed a big time contract and he's at 28. Now he's 29. Baker Mayfield is a valuable quarterback, right?
Yeah.
But then we take Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold gets drafted, just goes to where? The freaking Jets.
Jets.
Sucks. Nobody there. He sucks. Everybody hates him. It's not his fault. He comes here. He does a great job. Is he good enough? No, because we want to draft the next big thing. So he leaves. He goes to the Vikings. He's 27 years old. Everybody keeps forgetting this guy is not 32, 33 years old. He's not 29 like Baker. He's 27 years old.
Right.
This guy's having a career year. He actually played well with us. We just keep quitting on quarterbacks. So now he's going to get the next big contract just like Baker did. Not big, not huge, but mediocre. He's got Justin Jefferson. That's a nice thing to have, Jason. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a good thing to have. And if they don't want to keep him, then guess what? He's going to sign somewhere else and he's going to sign a Baker Mayfield contract.
Yep.
And we sit here and just keep going through bullshit quarterbacks over and over and over and not letting anybody play their career out for a little bit. So now we've lost Baker. We've lost
Sam
Sam Darnold,
Sam Darnold.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting here having to play with a 5'7" quarterback. What the hell? We could have drafted all the offensive linemen and defensive linemen that we wanted to have and so had Baker or Sam Darnold.
Facts.
Facts. And what are we doing? We're still trying to play quarterback. Bullshit. Bingo. And I'm not trying to play this bingo. So you know what? Justin Fields. Let's go back to that. Justin Fields goes to Chicago. He didn't have shit for weapons there. No running backs, no wide receivers. Everybody hated him. He's a 6'3" quarterback that is very similar to let's say our quarterback Bryce Young, very smart quarterback, 6'3" instead of 5'7". He goes to Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
He goes 4-2, and he gets screwed in Chicago. He goes to Pittsburgh, goes 4-2, but you got Russell Westbrook there on a multi-million-dollar quarterback situation. That's
Right.
35 years old. Now he's getting screwed. Justin Fields is getting screwed. Total. So do you want a 35-year-old Russell Westbrook, or do you want a 26-year-old Justin Fields who actually came out and played his balls off and then got benched? Why? He got benched because Russell Westbrook got healthy. And it's like, dude, this guy has killed it. He got screwed in Chicago. Now he's getting screwed in Pittsburgh. This guy might not ever have a career again. He's not Trey Lance. He's better. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to look at there. Like, we're throwing guys in the fire and expecting them to do 100% things at rookie years or second year. And then they start doing good. Justin Fields on his third year, starts killing it. And there's all, well, we're paying, Russell Wilson. You're getting benched now. That's garbage. When is this guy go? We're going to start him when he's 28, 29 years old? Fine.
Uh-oh.
Somebody else is
Mm-hmm.
going to start him. Somebody else is going to take him and start him. It's going to be Dallas or somebody. Meanwhile, Dallas has paid 2 contracts to Dak Prescott. I wish I was Dak Prescott. That
Oh
guy has
man.
been
So
paid 2 freaking contract extensions, the highest paid twice. And what's he done?
so
Not
Ch-
a
so
damn thing.
so Chad, you got a challenger. Damien, welcome to the stream. He says, question: how is Caleb Williams bad when he has won more games than Bryce Young in his rookie year?
Oh.
Let's go with it. Bryce Young's first year, he was totally screwed for a whole year. 17 games, he was totally screwed. Really this year should be his rookie year. No offensive line, rookie year. No wide receivers, no nothing. They built everything for this year. So there's my argument there. Enough said, right?
Now, I'll say this, going back to Caleb Williams. Here's my thing. This is the only thing I have for you, Damien. So right now, he's got 11 games under his belt, 62.6 completion percentage, 233 of 372, 2,356 yards, 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, been sacked 44 times. Here's my thing. My only thing is this. With the weapons he has, I kind of expected a little bit more than 11 touchdowns by week 12. Just to keep it real,
Mm-hmm.
just to keep it real with you, like the amount of weapons that Caleb has, and here it is week 12 and he only has 11 touchdowns. That's, I mean, rookie or not, I mean, I give you that, but you have to also keep in mind that I think my big thing, Damien, is I think he should have more better stats than what he has with the weapons that he has. That's my only argument. That's my argument.
My argument is you have DJ Moore that's supposed to be a number 1 that
Keenan
we
out
traded.
Keenan
You have
Allen,
Keenan Allen. You have Cole Kmet. You have
Rome Odunze,
um,
their
Mm-hmm.
their draft pick, Roma Dunze.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And you also have a running game, and you were set up to be set up. I mean, the Bears brag about how much they screwed the Carolina Panthers. They brag about those draft picks. Where'd those draft picks go? I mean, you bragged about having DJ Moore on the draft picks. You bragged about stealing everything the Panthers had. And what are you doing?
Not,
You're
not
the same as we are right now with Caleb Williams, who paints his fingernails black,
and
right?
and Damian, I get what you're saying, but to be fair, 4-7 is not really anything to brag about.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I get what
Agreed.
you're saying, but Caleb Williams with a 4-7 record isn't really something to brag about, bro. I'm just keeping it real. I'm not saying that any of us are bragging about Bryce Young's record. We're not bragging about his record, but I mean,
Yep.
when you really pose that question, Damien, it's like whatever little bit you can get, you'll settle for. And while technically, yes, he has more games won than Bryce Young in his rookie career,
Mm-hmm.
which, like I said, 4-7. 4-7 is not really a record to be bragging about right now. I'm just saying, bro.
Facts.
That's not
Yeah.
that's not really a record to be bragging about. I'm just keeping it real with you.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
That's like me saying that I'm 2-6 and I just beat Corey that was, 1-5. Like, yeah, sure, I got the better record, but I'm not gonna go around bragging about a 2-6 record. That ain't nothing to brag about.
No.
No. No. And DJ Moore is not really happy about where he's at right now. Um, we're looking at DJ Moore being what he was supposed to be a turnaround for that team.
Hold up, Damien.
Mm.
You said how do y'all expect to have a quarterback have a great year? So how in the same argument are you going to turn around and say that, but then you say how does Caleb Williams, how is he bad when he has more wins than Bryce? You can't turn around and
Oh.
say a narrative like that and then make the excuse, oh, no protection, no protection. You were just bragging about him having more wins than Bryce Young, bro.
That's a bad look,
you
man.
can't really straddle the fence like that. You can't
No.
you can't do that.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
I understand you don't like your head coach, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, they still have him. I mean, I know that's not anything you can control. I get that.
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you say there's all these problems, yet they've had the same coach for how long now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They've had the same
Mm-hmm.
coach. I mean, you know, the O line, the protection. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we can relate to that. We can relate to that. But at the same time, look at what y'all have been doing in the draft. Because I've been seeing y'all get weapons on offense and on defense. Not only that, a lot of y'all's fans, I'm not blaming you. I'm not signaling you
Uh-oh.
out, but a lot of y'all Chicago Bear fans have bragged about, oh, hey Carolina, thanks for the draft picks. Ha 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 ha, thanks for the draft picks. And y'all aren't really doing
Mm-hmm.
that much better than us, but yet y'all want to
You
brag.
just
Oh, thanks for the draft picks. we just
Right.
we just fleeced y'all. We just fleeced y'all. Well, what the heck are y'all doing to show that?
That's right. You just nailed it. We gave them
Exactly.
DJ Moore. I own DJ Moore in fantasy league in 2 leagues, and DJ Moore is abysmal this year. You know why?
Yeah.
It's not because of DJ Moore. It's because the coaching, the quarterback, the offensive line, the running game. DJ Moore could be a 1 or 2 solid. He's struggling because that team sucks. The Bears suck.
Yeah, they
Bottom
do.
line. We
Mhm.
can at least admit as a Carolina Panther fan that we're sucking, but we're building. What are they trying to do? They don't know
Dude, the
what they're
Jets
trying to
even
do.
fired their GM and head coach before you did, Chicago.
That's right.
Come on.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly.
I'm
DJ Moore left here and went there, and
Wow.
you think that he's happy there? No.
all I'm saying is every time I turn around, the Bears are getting some weapon on offense or defense, and like there's still excuses, and like that's what I don't get, Damien. That's what I don't get. For like the
Yep.
last couple of seasons, y'all been getting mad weapons. Not to
They
mention,
can't.
you know, that's
Yeah.
my whole thing. Y'all stay getting weapons, but yet
Hmm.
when it comes down to put everything in play, same results. So
That's
I mean,
right.
what the heck?
Falcons had that problem too. They kept getting weapons upon weapons, and then they would never fix their offensive line. So Matt Ryan's whole career got wasted.
All all I'm sa-
Exactly.
all I'm saying is,
And it
Exactly.
pissed me off royally because that dude was like the most accurate, quick passer I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. You're right.
I mean, Damien, I get that y'all beaten us, but here's the thing, Damien. Are you satisfied? Are you honestly satisfied? Because no offense, bro, but a lot of our history, which we appreciate you being around, of course. We always, we love you. But
Mm-hmm.
in our history, bro, you've said a lot more negative stuff about the Bears than really positive stuff. Number one. Number
True.
two, number two, like I said, and this is not signaling you out because, like I said, you've been very good about this. You've been very good about this. But for the last couple of seasons, we've heard nonstop chatter from Bears fans when it came to those trades and those draft picks, grilling us about how badly we got fleeced. But yet, what's it turning into for y'all? That's all I'm saying. We heard it nonstop. Nonstop. Like I said, the victories, the last handful of victories y'all have had on us, great. Y'all done the thing. It is what it is. It's in the record books. Y'all got that.
Have you made progress?
But
We made progress today.
at the
Have you made progress, Chicago?
exactly. At the end of the day, y'all are still on the same level as us. No playoff appearances, no championships. I mean, isn't that what the end result's supposed to be?
But yet we have an identity now. We have a culture. We have a formula for winning.
Because the fact of the
You
matter
know,
is, you don't hear any of us bragging about our record. I'm gonna just tell
right?
you that right now. You don't hear any of us bragging about our record. I'm just saying, like, you know, I guess ultimately what I'm saying is you can't have it both ways. You gotta pick like where you want to go with this. Because like I said, I get how you feel. I really get how you feel, but
Mm-hmm.
something must be seriously wrong with y'all's organizations when I'm seeing year after year y'all are getting all these type of weapons, but yet, and we're not talking about little scrap weapons. Y'all been getting some heavy hitters like Pro Bowlers,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and y'all are
Yep. Khalil
and
Mack,
think and
for
things are
one.
yeah, and things have been happening the way that they are. Then if that's the case, something's really wrong with y'all's organization, or something's really wrong with y'all's like scouting, or I don't know, but like I'm just saying. Every time I turn around when it comes to Chicago, y'all are getting mad weapons, but yet results aren't any different. I'm just saying.
That's right.
Yep.
DJ Moore is not happy there. I'm going to tell you that because they can't throw the ball. DJ Moore will stay here. Chicago has definitely screwed that up. A number one receiver. Is DJ Moore a number one receiver? No.
Yeah, and not only that, Damian. I know you said we suck. True, but we still own y'all. Just saying. You say that, but deep down, Damian, looking at what y'all have, y'all really shouldn't be sucking. You really shouldn't be. I'm just keeping it real with you. With what y'all have, y'all really and what y'all been able to get these last couple of seasons, y'all really shouldn't be sucking right now.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm
Facts.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Y'all honestly hold just to elaborate. Just to elaborate. Let's see. The last time okay, last time y'all were in the playoffs were 2020. Okay? 2020 y'all went 8-8, made it to the playoffs 8-8. That was 2020. So, let's count it out. 2021, 2022, 2023, now 2024. You mean to tell me what y'all have been able to get in the last 4 years? Well, I'll say 3 since this season's not over. Y'all couldn't get back to the playoffs again for at least one of those? Something's wrong there. Something's wrong there. With what y'all have been able to get in between those years, from 2021 to now, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just saying, like, Damien says, I'm not gonna lie, for right now, that trade has not benefited any of our teams, but we do have one more draft pick from y'all. Hopefully that pick changes things. And that's, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, as fans,
Yeah.
we can't control the outcomes with that. I mean, if we'd be picking, then that's a whole nother story. But I mean, and that's
Yeah.
why, and
Yeah,
that's
but
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
they'll mess that up too. I mean, what are they going to draft with that?
Good question.
Right. I mean, that's the least of their concerns. It's not like it's going to be a top 10 pick. They're going to end up with some crap pick and do what Chicago does because Chicago sucks. I have multiple friends that are Chicago fans, and they're like, dude, we mess everything up. They don't like Caleb Williams. They don't like who they have. DJ Moore does not like being there. He thought he was going to he thought he was going to something good.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like being there. I mean, what's to like being there?
Is there a
There's
chance that
nothing
we
good.
might end up picking him up at some point?
Oh, I'd love to have him back. Shoot,
I would
Oh,
too.
for sure.
and not to
I mean,
mention his first year in Chicago, 1,364 yards receiving. So I mean,
yeah. But after
He's
that,
still the same old DJ, no matter
I
where he
mean,
goes.
yep, he's getting stuck with the same old crap. I mean, it's unfortunate because I really like him. I mean, DJ's the man, but he got stuck in a situation. He got paid, whatever. But he's definitely not happy where he's at right now. Who would be?
That's not good. What
Right.
what's the name of their coach? Matt Aberflus?
Mm.
Let me see.
Yeah. Afterless or whatever. Yeah.
Let's see. So he's been the head coach for Chicago since 2022. Has a regular season record of 14-31. Actually, yeah, Chicago Bears was his first head coaching gig.
Yeah.
Well,
Mm.
it could be one of those things where he might be a great position coach, but a bad head coach, I guess.
Well, the Bears
Maybe.
like to fire their coaches 2 to 3 years in. They don't give a whole lot of love, so to speak.
Hey,
Let's look at their head coach background. They get fired in a year or two.
hey,
I mean,
Damian, who was y'all's head coach before y'all brought in Eberflus? I'm actually very curious. He also says this draft is O-line heavy. We can get a O-line with that pick or a edge, which we really do need.
it's actually
Yeah,
defensive
true.
heavy. It's actually defense heavy this year. O line is mediocre.
Oh, it's more D-line? Or it's more
Oh,
defense
Yeah.
heavy?
yeah,
Yeah.
D
It's
line. That's
defensive.
actually why we're.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually should work out for us more as our O line does this.
Oh.
As much as I wanted a guy from West Virginia, it's kind of like we should actually start shifting gears and start drafting defense line because we need it so much. Um, it's the strongest defensive draft in like the last 5 years.
Wait, hold on. Time out. They previously had Matt Nagy as their head coach?
Yeah,
Mm.
What?
yeah.
Y'all let him go?
Not yeah.
Yikes. Wow.
Wow.
Nagy was their coach.
That's a
What,
bad
2 years
look right
ago?
there.
Wait, how long did he coach Chicago? Cause let's see. Oh,
That explains a lot.
he was the head coach for Chicago from 2018 to 2021.
Yeah.
Mm.
Dang, so y'all
From
fired so they fired him the year after the year that they made it to the playoff. Wow.
from the Chiefs.
Wow.
Yeah. Matt Nagy from the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
They fired him after like what, 1 year?
So he was with the Bears as head coach from 2018 to 2021. So hold up. I mean, so 2020 they made the playoffs at 8-8. 2021 they finished the season at 6-11. Dang. So the year afterwards, after that they let him go. Well,
Yeah.
dang. I mean, has a
Yeah. He was the coach from 18 to 2021.
career 34-33. Damien says he was a crappy head coach after he won head coach of the year in 2018.
Isn't that something? It's like being you're the man and you win the MVP and then you suck for 1 year and then you're done.
So let's see.
I
2018.
mean, come on.
So 2018 finished 12-4. Okay. 2019 finished 8-8. 2020 8-8, made the playoffs. 2021 6-11. So wow, y'all let him go after one bad year?
Yeah,
How
that's
is
what they
how is
did.
that a crappy head coach, Damien?
One bad year.
He
Dude,
had
it was
he
one
had,
bad year. I remember when it happened.
bro,
That
he
was the year that David that was actually the first year I think that they brought in. It was some offensive player. It might have been DJ Moore. Was that the first year of DJ?
No, he
No.
came in last year. Last year.
Yeah, he came in last year. Um, it was a running back they had that came in. They brought in Keenan Allen too. Um, but yeah,
So
they should have, dude, he's the same situation as the Jets with their old coach.
yeah, Damien, y'all had a better head coach, bro. Like two of those years he was there, he got y'all to the playoffs, and one of those he was head coach of the year. What the heck?
Yeah.
And then the first bad season he has with y'all, and then y'all fire him, which 6-11, which I know it's not great, but really, I don't know if I agree with that, Damien. Like, I mean, 2 out of the 4 years got y'all to the playoffs and was head coach of the year. His first year with Chicago, yeah, I think y'all went backwards. I think y'all went backwards. um, Damien says Nagy was the type of head coach that wouldn't let the quarterback call the plays. He mostly wanted to take over the whole team by himself. It got y'all 2 playoff appearances.
They didn't have a quarterback either. Who was their quarterback?
I
I mean,
mean,
who was their quarterback at the time?
so
Good
Justin
question.
Fields.
so in
Let's
2018,
be real. Who is their quarterback? Look at it, Jason. Who is their quarterback?
I mean,
Facts.
so in 28,
Justin Fields?
so Justin Fields in 2021 and 2022.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm telling you. I would take Justin Fields tomorrow. Bottom line.
And
Everybody sleeps on. I don't want Trey Lance. I don't want those. I'm telling you, Justin Fields was screwed in his career, but look at the stats. The dude is 6'3". He's mobile. He can roll. He had no wide receivers. He had a shit coaching staff, went through 2 coaching changes, and then moved to Denver for a number 3 coach changing, went 4-2 with Denver, and now is a bench player because they have a 36-year-old Russell Wilson. That's why I'm high on Justin Fields. I'm not high on Trey Lance, same year draft type guy. But look at it. Justin Fields could easily be a starter in this league. He's already proved it this year at a 4-2 record. My opinion, just saying.
Damien says Najee drafted Trubinsky. Don't forget that. And that's another one that y'all let go.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Facts.
Yep.
Cause guess where he went to? He ended up going to where? What was it? The Steelers?
Steelers. Yep.
Yeah, he ended up
Yep.
going to the Steelers. So that's
Mm-hmm.
another one that y'all let go though, Damien. Y'all let go,
Mm-hmm.
y'all let go of him after 2020. So I mean, like my point is, Damien, like you're saying that he was a crappy head coach, but yet 2 out of the 4 seasons, he was with y'all, got y'all to the playoffs. and one of those seasons, head coach of the year. Like, don't y'all think?
Mhm.
Don't you think y'all kind of gave up on him a little too early? A little too early.
Maybe.
That's all I'm wondering. Cause them going from him to Matt Eberflus sounds like y'all, in the words of Captain Hook, y'all made a boo boo. Y'all made a boo
Going
boo
to who? Trubisky to who?
to Justin Fields.
Oh yeah.
Oh
I'm
goodness.
telling I'm telling you, dude, Fields is gonna end up blowing people's minds, man. And I'm not saying he's gonna be great. I'm just saying 6'3" can roll. You go 4-2 early in the year and you lose your job to Russell. Then I'm gonna tell you, I don't like Russell. Um I've
Hmm.
never liked Russell, but I'm not saying the guy was bad. I'm just saying I don't like him. He's 36 years old.
Dang.
Okay. So what are we going to do with that? Justin Fields at his age right now went 4-2, lost his job, and Russell has got one loss and 4 wins. 3-1, I think, right now.
Hmm.
And see, here's the thing, because Damien says Trubisky was a busy. Why you or was a bust? Why you think he is that what you're saying, Damien? That he was a bust? Why you think he was with the Bills and the Steelers? Now he's out of the league. Uh, bro, he went to the Pro Bowl with y'all.
That's right.
Are you kidding me?
And and I'm a Carolina fan.
Wow.
He
I'm a
went to the
Carolina fan.
he
I'm
went
gonna
to the
talk to
Pro
you
Bowl
about it.
That's
with
a
y'all.
bad take, dude.
Damien, he went to the
Yeah.
Pro Bowl with
That's a
y'all.
really bad take.
Not to
Yep.
not to mention, hold up, hold up, hold up. I gotta go through this. I gotta go through this. Okay. Um,
Hmm.
he came in 2017, only played 12 games, but 2,193 yards, 7 touchdowns, 7 picks. 2018, the year he won a Pro Bowl with y'all, the Bears,
Wow.
3,223 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 2019, uh, 15 games, 3,138 yards, 17 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. His last year in Chicago, 2020, 10 games, 2,055 yards, 16 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Where's the bust at? And he's over here talking about the Pro Bowl as a prop. Bro, then why are all the best top players selected for it then? Hmm? Explain that. Explain that. Bro, he played good for y'all. What are you talking about? He played good for y'all.
Yeah.
Not to mention, this was the same dude that, guess what? We haven't been able to defeat whenever we've gone up against him, because he's beaten us when he was with y'all, and he's beaten us when he was with Pittsburgh.
Facts.
And you're calling him a bust? Really?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Since since
Sorry.
since when does a
Sorry,
since
Damien.
when does somebody that make a Pro Bowl a bust?
Yeah, I
We
can't get
talking
on that
about
train, buddy.
Trubisky?
Sorry.
Like,
Uh,
shoot.
hey, Jason, we talking about Trubisky?
Yeah. I mean,
Dude,
heck, Ryan Leaf never even made it to a Pro Bowl.
yeah,
Shoot.
yeah,
Yeah, come on with that nonsense right
Like
there. Come
like
on, man.
if we're talking about busts,
yeah.
Yeah.
Jamarcus Russell, he never made it to a Pro Bowl.
Oh,
Yeah,
we could talk
Jamarcus
about a
Russell was
lot of
definitely a
buzz.
bust.
We could talk about a lot of buzz. Y'all want to talk about?
Well, there's a long list.
Oh, there's a ton. I mean,
Hmm.
there's also a difference between being a bust and drafted in the wrong in a wrong, hell, just drafted wrong, period. I mean, let's be real. We're going to sit here and
Yeah.
say Trey Lance is a bust. Well, Trey
A
Lance
lot
has
of these
been screwed
quarterbacks
his
go to the
whole
wrong
career.
places.
And then it's like,
Justin
It don't
Fields
fit their
was
skill set.
screwed in his whole situation. How
and
you doing?
and not to mention, you mentioned the Bills. Okay, he's backing up the Bills. You know why? Would you really want to put him in front of Josh Allen right now?
No.
Right.
Like, come on now, let's be for real.
Yeah.
Let's be for real. Like, come on now. He made a Pro Bowl with y'all and played some of his best football with y'all, especially wise. I just read down the stats for you.
Facts.
Not to mention, you say offensive line. Uh, him getting sacked got less and less after that first 2 years. Then it went up. Then it went back down from 38 sacks to 18 sacks. So, he played good for y'all. I don't know what you're talking about. Not to mention making a Pro Bowl with y'all in his second year there.
Oh, wow.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I kind of wanted to talk about Aaron Rodgers because Aaron Rodgers might become a free agent
Man.
soon.
Good. Thanks.
What's up? What's up?
Man, we don't want Rodgers. Rodgers is 40
No,
years old.
I never said that I wanted Rodgers. I just wanted to talk about him.
I mean, you know what?
Yeah.
Rodgers would actually be a good place in like Tennessee. Honestly. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
seriously. That's where I see him is like the Giants or Tennessee would be a good place for him, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
Tennessee.
You know, that's like a good thing for him. But I just Tennessee would be really good. It would fit him good. Well, actually, you know what? It depends on what Minnesota's gonna do with guess who? Sam
Sam
Darnold.
Darnold. Ah.
That's right. Because if you put him there with Justin Jefferson and what he has going on there, then maybe Minnesota is a really good place for for Aaron Rodgers. Um, that's kind of a fit because I'm gonna tell you, dude, I'm not even gonna complain here. At 27 years old, if you want to throw Sam Darnold here, I'm all about it. I would take a 27-year-old Darnold. This guy might be the next Jared Goff type player. He's 27. Jared Goff's 31, right? Very
Yeah.
similar players. Okay. Darnold's been screwed. Everybody, and I keep forgetting how young he is. Do you guys forget how young he is? Dude's 27 years old.
Yeah.
This guy got screwed the first half of his career with the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's not the only
Aubrey-
quarterback to get screwed over by the Jets either.
no, he's not. You're right, man.
There's a long list.
Oh.
But Jared Goff
Going back to
was one of
Chad
those
Pennington.
guys. Jared Goff got screwed where he was with the Rams, and was an afterthought, and everybody hated him. I'll tell you what, the best team in the NFC right now is not San Francisco. The best team in the NFC is the Detroit Lions.
Agreed.
That's a fact.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I gotta get this one more in. Can I get one more in? I gotta get this one more quick one in.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
So Mitchell Trubisky, a bust, right?
Right.
Did y'all know that Mitchell Trubisky became the sixth quarterback in Chicago Bears franchise history to pass for over 3,000 yards in a season, which has not been done since 1950, and the Chicago Bears have been in the league since 1920.
Yo, I'm a diehard Carolina fan, and I'm gonna tell you what, dude. I was always high on Mitch Trubisky, and he got bounced around just like Jared Goff did, just like all these other guys did. I can agree with that. I can
Yep.
love that. I mean,
Mhm.
we sit here and watch a lot of these guys, dude. Baker Mayfield. We watch all these guys
Mhm.
bounce around. And guys, I know you get tired of hearing me saying it because I'm going to preach it and I'm going to preach it and I'm going to preach it. I'm still going to preach it. What have I said for the last 6 months? These quarterbacks get thrown in the fire without any reputation, any recognition, and they get burned. And they should get a year or two of solidity behind someone else.
Oh,
Two,
yeah, yeah.
and I'm a
Yeah.
big believer, and I'm going to stick with it from today, from 2 months ago until next year's draft. Do not draft a fucking quarterback, Carolina, because I want to see a bridge quarterback. I want to see. I'm tired of watching quarterbacks, whether I like the team that drafts them or not. I am so tired of watching these young kids get totally shitted out of out of their damn career
Mhm.
because they're expected to be a starter day one. I want to see you sit for a year or two. I want
Mm.
to see you succeed. I don't want to see you fail. And you know what happens with these quarterbacks? We watch them all fail. Why do we watch them fail? Because they're drafted in the first round. That is so unfair to every single quarterback drafted. And as much as I hate Tom Brady, and I'm telling you, this is bullshit. We're watching quarterbacks just die
Oh,
because they're drafted in the first round and they're no
And
good.
to add to that, Brock Purdy was actually drafted as the last pick in the draft, and he went
That's
to the
right.
Super Bowl.
oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Just
I,
pointing
Yeah.
that out.
yeah.
No, exactly. Who's on here? Who are we talking to here?
What?
I like this guy. Who's on here now?
It's
Oh,
just me and Bliss.
Jason
yeah.
and
It's
Corey?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's just us.
yeah, it's just
Okay.
us.
All right, cool. Yeah, Corey, I didn't even recognize your voice there, man. Damn. Um, yeah.
Quiet today.
um.
Nah, dude, I'm so tired of watching these young guys fail. If it was my kid or if it was your kid, would you want them thrown in the fire? Here's what we're looking at. If we look at Sanders, Deion Sanders' son,
Oh,
okay,
oh, Shador.
gets drafted. Now we're looking at LaMelo Ball 2.0.
Oh Lord.
Is he going to be a starter? If he started, let's think about it because trust me, I live here in Charlotte. I mean, is he that good? I mean, honestly, I don't think he's the best quarterback in the draft. But if he's drafted, now we gotta have to deal with this kind of guy, man. I
Yeah.
mean, dude,
Yeah.
there's so many veterans out there right now. Like Bryce has really impressed me. Unfortunately, I like it. I really I wish the best for everybody. I don't want to see anybody fail. Um, Bryce looked really good today, and he's looked good for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I appreciate that. He's worked hard. He is exactly what we thought he was going to be, in my opinion. small but smart and a productive, proactive type quarterback. Um, but at the same time, it wasn't who I wanted here. But I'm gonna support him.
Hmm.
Will Levis got thrown in the fire. He should have never started for 2 years. Um, we like I said, I can sit here and beat a dead horse all day. We
Um,
took Brett Favre, we took Aaron Rodgers, we took Aaron Love, and it's been beat down, and they've done their thing. I would like to see Tannehill here. Absolutely.
I wouldn't mind that.
um,
Um,
Gus Ladius, welcome to the stream. He says Daniel Jones fleeced the Giants big time. Same with Rodgers and the Jets. Fleeced, got sold a bill of goods.
As far as Rodgers, he wasn't the first one to get screwed over by that Green Bay management either. So yeah, he could have handled it better. Brett Favre could have handled it better, but both of them got screwed over by that Green Bay management. And Jordan Love is just the next man up. The pattern is still repeating in Green Bay, where they'll give him a big contract. He'll play well, and then he'll get a bigger extension, and then he'll play like trash. Going down off of the peak of his career, and then Green Bay still owes him all that money. They won't want to pay it. So guess what do? They send him to the Jets because Brett Favre went to the Jets, Aaron Rodgers went to the Jets. Love is next.
Hmm.
Watch and see what I'm seeing.
Interesting. Okay.
It's a pattern, and they still have not fixed it yet in 20 years.
yeah, but Corey, let's look at it. They didn't go to the Jets like instantaneously. They went, I mean, Favre actually went to the Vikings before the Jets.
It is true.
That was way before. I mean, that was like end of his career.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Right.
And that's why
So
I
I
think
mean,
Rodgers might end up a Viking.
Rodgers really wanted to take over and was an arrogant asshat about it. But after that, I mean, Rodgers is one of those that just keeps trying to go on and on and on.
He
So it's
asked for
hard
a
to
Christmas
say.
list of players like he thought he was Tom Brady or something up in New
Right.
York.
No, but
Like, come
yeah,
on,
yeah,
man.
you're right. Yeah. I get
Fill up
it.
my
Yeah.
stocking, please.
Mm,
Hmm.
I get it. I mean, I just
Ah,
think there's so many players out there now. We watch guys like, Tannehill for one. Okay. Ryan Fitzmagic. I mean, the guy made a career out of being, dude, can we sign him? I mean, please,
Oh,
can we get a
snap.
guy like him?
Breaking
Like,
news.
hmm?
Gardner
talk
Minshew.
to me.
Gardner Minshew suffered a broken collarbone, will miss the rest of the season.
Oh, wow.
Guess what? Calling it right now. Daniel Jones goes to the
To the
Raiders
Raiders.
within two
Oh,
days.
Raiders.
man.
Oh,
Oh, snap.
wow.
Chad, you might be onto something there,
You
bro.
might be right, man. They always
It's
get the
either
wrong
hey,
quarterbacks,
it's
and their
either going to
coach
be
is
the
under fire.
Cowboys. Now it's a war. It's either going to be the Cowboys or the Raiders. But I called this,
And the
Def-
guys.
Cowboys aren't smart enough to do that.
Look at my back post when everybody was talking about the Panthers for Daniel Jones. We're
Daniel
not
Jones is
signing
going to the
Daniel
Raiders.
Jones. That's some bullshit. Brandon and everybody
We're not
else.
picking them up.
Here's what it is. It's either going to be the Cowboys because Dak's out, or
Yep.
it's going to be the Raiders. And I said it's going to be number
Raiders.
one, number two. So now if Gardner Minshew's out, guess who's going there?
That's a good
Oh
that's
my
a that's a
goodness.
good point. That is a good point.
Daniel Jones is going to get that Raiders coach fired. Watch. I'm calling it right now. He's already under heat. If you don't make second place in the AFC West with the Raiders by a year and a half, you are fired.
Because the thing
It
is,
happens every time.
because the thing
Hey,
is,
Consistently.
check this out. Check this out, guys.
his
Check
backup
this
is
out.
Desmond Ritter.
Well, hold on. Check this out too, because I'm not a fan, but I'm also not gonna hate. I'm calling it like I see it. Okay, so hear me out here. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I'm not sticking up for Daniel Jones, but I will stick up for Daniel Jones. So it's a 50-50 right here. Daniel Jones is a Duke grad. Very smart, very fast, very tall, white boy, 6'5" with speed. He's a white Cam Newton. Who else in the league was like that? Josh Allen. Poor man Josh Allen equals Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones had 2 really good freaking seasons, 2.5 years in the league. We've seen him run for 65 yards on a touchdown and elude just like a Cam Newton or a Josh Allen. We've seen this. Don't play this. He's also had a lack of running back experience because Saquon Barkley stays hurt all the time. And we're also dealing with the Giants with no wide receivers. We're looking at, and I'm just putting this together as a puzzle piece, okay? So just listen to me.
Okay.
Call me crazy, call me good. I don't care. Josh Allen also had weak wide receivers, weak running backs that came in and came out, just like a Daniel Jones. I call Daniel Jones a poor man's Josh Allen, white boy running back that has speed, kind of like a Cam Newton, right? So we're looking at this now. He's only 26 years old. He goes to a different mindset, or we know what he can do. I don't hate Daniel Jones. I'm not sticking up for him, and I don't want him here in Carolina. I just think he fits somewhere like a Minnesota, um, fits somewhere like even a Cowboys that could go in and kick some ass.
Hmm.
He has a strong arm. Um, he has wheels. He has feet. He has feet. He can run. We've seen it. He didn't get this contract, guys, because he was a loser. He got this contract because they actually kind of succeeded with a mediocre wide receiver and running back group.
Yeah.
The Giants never built anything around him. So it's the Giants' fault they gave him $50 million a year, right? It's not Daniel Jones' fault. He actually balled out for 2 freaking years. He balled out to the point that he had stats almost similar to Josh Allen. Okay.
Hmm.
Yep.
So if this guy goes to another team, now everybody hates him because the Giants suck. The Giants suck because their defense sucks. And that also goes to spending a lot of money on Brian Burns, who is really worth about a quarter of that paycheck right now because he hasn't done shit since he's been there. Name one defensive player other than Brian Burns that's actually succeeded on that team. Name one wide receiver that's done well, and name their running back. You can't, because guess why? Saquon Barkley is gone, and
Yep.
he's succeeding where? With the Eagles.
Philly.
Right.
Philadelphia.
Okay, so let's put this puzzle piece together.
Uh-oh.
What has really benefited Daniel Jones there? Wandale Robinson? I mean, let's be real. That's your number one is Wandale Robinson. Okay.
Ugh.
Wandale Robinson is the number 3 wide receiver on any team in NFL.
Yeah, he's mid at best.
Right. Okay, so Daniel Jones did earn his contract, or he wouldn't have got a $55 million contract a year. Correct? Can we
Yeah.
all agree on that?
Yep.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. So name his top 3 wide receivers. Name it. Let's go. Let's go. Name it.
Top three wide receivers. I mean,
Who's his 1, 2, and 3? Name it right now, real quick. You got 10 seconds. Name his number one.
I
Who's his
guess
number one?
I guess Malik Neighbors.
Maybe. Is it him or Wandell? Name
So
it.
Wandell, maybe.
so Malik leads in receiving yards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
And
Is he
then
a number one? Is he a number one?
he's a rookie. That's all I know.
None of
That's
them are number
right.
one.
He's a
Okay,
rookie.
so name
But
his number one running back. Go for it.
I guess Tyrone Tracy Jr. I mean, they have Devin
Wow.
Singletary, but
Right. That
Mm,
sounds great. Would you like to be that quarterback with that lineup? Name your number one
no,
tight end. Go for it. Name it.
I can't.
I can't
Name
either.
their top offensive lineman. Name it.
John Runyon, or
Ah,
or actually, maybe it's a toss up between Chris Hubbard and Greg Van Roten.
there's a lot of maybes
Greg Van
here,
Roten,
right?
maybe.
There's a lot of maybes, right?
Yeah.
But Greg Van Roten was a backup for us.
That's right. Exactly. Good call there, dude. Corey. So
So,
if you're the quarterback making 55, why would you not say fuck you and I'm gonna give up my $25 million to leave this fucking organization? At which he did, because he could have stayed there
mm-hmm,
and
Yeah.
gained
mm-hmm.
25 million. And what did he do? He said, fuck y'all, I'm
He's
leaving.
like, bye.
And he left, right?
Yeah. Now they went
So,
from him to Tommy DeVito.
mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
So
It's
is
even
it
worse.
is it a Daniel Jones problem? Because honestly, I like Daniel Jones and I'm a Tar Heel fan. I hate Duke. But this guy's super smart. He handled everything completely the way he should have. And he said, you know what? I made my money here. I'm going to leave. And if I have to be a backup, I'll be a backup. I'm only 26 years old. I will take my 25 million guaranteed and I will go fight for a starting quarterback position for anybody in this league.
And how
Dallas Cowboys, who has signed Dak Prescott to how many contract extensions for $55 million a year? Two. And maybe he takes over there. And he's got a CD Lamb, and he's got some players there. Or maybe he goes to the Raiders for a new start that Brady owns. It's actually a brilliant move.
hmm,
I don't think that Daniel Jones is a bad quarterback. Do I want him here with us? No, it doesn't fit our scheme. But does it fit other schemes? Put him in New Orleans. We might actually hate him because Derek Carr might be gone in a year.
hmm.
This guy played his role the right way, and he wasn't greedy because they tried to play him as a safety and they tried to put the name blame on who? Daniel
Daniel
Jones.
Jones.
When the
Mm-hmm.
problem came down to your management and your team absolutely freaking sucks across the board. You got rid of Saquon Barkley. You got rid of your wide receivers. You
They're
got
getting rid of
rid of
everybody
offensive
that's good.
line. That's right. And
Nobody's
who
going to want to
takes
go to New York anymore.
who takes the fault for it? The quarterback. So he took
Hmm.
the
Where does
time
that sound
and
familiar?
he took the shot. He took his 25 million and he rolled. And he said, fuck y'all. And I'm gonna go somewhere
Don't
else.
blame them.
And so we can't blame him. Daniel
Nope.
Jones was not the problem. Dude, I've seen Daniel Jones break out for like 65-yard runs,
Right.
like Josh Allen. We've seen him. He's a big, white, athletic boy like Josh Allen. And he's done things. And we've seen it.
Hey, he can play.
That's why he got that contract extension. He didn't get it because he won a Super Bowl. He got it because of his talent. And he plays on a shit team. So, do I want him here? No. Am I going to hate on him? Absolutely not. He's going to go somewhere and he's going to do what Sam Darnold's done somewhere else. And it's going to embarrass the Giants just like we got embarrassed by multiple quarterbacks that we've let go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does, but it'll still get that Raiders coach fired if they sign him.
Raiders coach already
Because
been fired. He's going to go there. He's going to go there or the Cowboys. But the
Which
only problem with the Cowboys
that
is
coach hasn't been fired yet in LA
yeah,
for the Raiders.
that's
He's just under fire right
and
now.
Antonio Pierce. This is still his
Mhm.
first year, I believe.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you don't make second place within 2 years in the Raiders, you're gone as a head coach. It's just a revolving door at head coach.
Hmm.
So if you sign like a mid-tier quarterback, Derek Carr, now this time it's going to be Daniel Jones. There goes the next head coach. Bye bye,
but
out the door. Pack your bags.
Derek Carr's making top
It's coming.
10. Derek Carr's making top tier money already where he's at
Yeah,
with the Saints, right? So,
Yes,
and
I
it
believe
was
so.
the right fit with the
and
Saints.
he's what? He's 35 years old too. 34, 33 maybe.
Carr?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we're talking about Daniel Jones is 27,
Yeah,
28 years old.
33.
Yeah.
33.
33.
Carr's 33.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we got Daniel Jones that's 27 coming
Yep.
up. Free agency, right?
Yes.
Free to go.
Yep.
He made that call. Like, cut my contract. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm 27 years old. We got free agent coming up in Sam Darnold, 27 years old. Okay. 27 coming up on a free agent, right? We got
Mhm.
Geno Smith coming up on free agent at 34 years old, 35 next season. Okay.
Yeah,
We've
I'm
got,
glad you brought him up.
yeah,
Somebody on a different stream actually brought him up and sold me on the fact that he would be a free agent and possibly come here.
he's a free agent, and so is Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's 27 and Geno Smith is 35. So Russell
Okay.
Wilson's going to be 37. Okay. Free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Free agent, 37 years old. We're looking at age here, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many years are these guys going to play at 36, 37 years old?
Mm.
How many years are they going to play? And what are they going to draw? They're going to draw the high end veteran type contract. Okay. Russell
Mm-hmm.
Wilson is going to be 37.
Right.
He's going to draw high end. He's going to draw basically a Aaron Rodgers type contract. Okay.
Yep.
Geno Smith, not so much, but he is going to be 36 this year. At 36 years old. Sam Darnold is going to be 27, going on 28.
Mm-hmm.
You have a poor man's Josh Allen and what I consider a poor man's Josh Allen. And who? We just talked about him.
Wait.
Um.
Are you talking about in regards to Daniel Jones?
Yeah, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. And he's going to be the same age as Sam Darnold. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you want as a backup here? What do you want to spend? And what's your thoughts on that? Because Matt Stafford's also going to be a free agent coming up, and he's 37 years old.
True.
Okay.
Ooh.
Right. So here's what we're looking at: a 27-year-old versus a 37-year-old. Whether it's Sam Darnold, whether it's Matt Stafford, whether it's Geno Smith, or whether it's Daniel Jones, there's a 10-year difference there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want? Or would you rather just bring back a 36-year-old who we already have here?
That's a good point.
Well, whoever we bring here in free agency has to fit our system that we've already got in place. Otherwise, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot.
Well, and we really don't know our system. I think they're just finally now figuring out
It's
our
a West
system.
Coast / RPO.
Right. So if we're doing that, so
I'd
Andy
say
Dalton,
Geno.
Andy Dalton's going to be 36 next year. Okay. So we got a 36-year-old Andy Dalton. We have Geno Smith going on 36. We have Geno Smith going on 36. That's going to be that's what we're going for. Or we got Justin Fields, which I know, Corey, I know you're against me on this. And rightfully so. I mean, I think that Justin Fields has been screwed in his whole career. And he's going to be 26 years old. And he's gone through two different, dude, he is the backup to Russell Wilson.
Right.
He was 4-2.
That's fair. He did get screwed over, but I mean, if you really look at it, none of these quarterbacks really fit Pittsburgh's system to begin with. They don't even know what their system is in Pittsburgh offensively.
But
so they've just been kind of screwing around and trying to figure that out. So in the meantime, you hire Russell Wilson to try to figure that out. Doesn't work out. Justin Fields gets screwed over in the meantime. That didn't work out.
Well,
it
Justin
did for a
Fields
little
actually
bit.
worked out, but the problem with Justin Fields was with Pittsburgh is the problem with Justin Fields was they had signed Russell Wilson. So we've got a 4-2.
Okay, so did he lose 2 games before you signed Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh? That's my question.
No. They were 4-2 with Russell Wilson.
Then why did you, if you're Pittsburgh, why would you go out and sign Russell Wilson when you have a 4-2 record with Justin Fields?
Well, the problem, who knows? They signed. That's
a good point.
No, I get it. They brought Justin Fields in as the starter, and they brought in Russell Wilson off of that bullshit contract. So they got Russell Wilson that was making $44 million a year, and they brought him in on the team. He started the year hurt, and they started Fields, who went 4-2.
Oh yeah, that's right. He wasn't cleared when.
Right, he wasn't cleared, and they were 4-2, and Justin Fields was killing it, dude. I'm telling you, he's a 6'3" Bryce Young. I mean, he's the same type quarterback. He's a process quarterback. He's smart. He's not Trey Lance. He's not Anthony Richardson. He's not a run first type guy. He's a process guy. He went 4-2 and then lost his job because they signed Russell Wilson. It didn't make sense at all. And it was like, dude, they're 4-2. So now they're what, 8-3? So since they brought in Russell Wilson, they've got one more loss or one less loss. It didn't make
Yeah,
sense.
I don't get it either.
It didn't make
Doesn't make
sense.
any sense to me.
And that's why I'm high on Justin Fields. I'm not high on Trey Lance. I'm not high on the same out of that whole quarterback regime that was drafted. I thought it was a lot of garbage. But Justin Fields, I was actually high on. I liked him. He's 6'3". He's mobile. He's got a strong arm, and he can throw crossfield. He can do things, man. I would much rather have him than going on a 37-year-old Russell Wilson. I mean, what are we
I'll
going to do?
concede this. Maybe they just didn't give him enough time to really completely fit that offense around him,
Mm.
and maybe that's why the experiment kind of isn't working up there in Pittsburgh. Plus the stupid decision to get Russell Wilson when you didn't even need him.
Well, and that's it.
Definitely didn't
Here,
help.
here's my thing is why did you do that? Um,
GMs do stupid things that they know they shouldn't be doing.
Got
I mean,
him.
you
right.
look at Atlanta.
So you got the same quarterback in there. One's just 10 years older. And the reason he came in is because of his name. It wasn't like they're paying him what Denver's dumbass did. Denver paid him like $58 million, 60. Actually, I think it was like $63 million a
Yeah.
year.
And they
Yeah.
definitely ran him in the completely wrong system.
Yeah, dude. They
Thank
paid
you.
like
Yes, that was my point.
60 plus million for Russell Wilson. Dude,
Like, are
Russell
you
Wilson is
crazy,
not
Denver?
that fucking good, man. He was good. He was good in Seattle all the way up until the year that they fucked up the Super Bowl, which wasn't his
Sean
fault.
Payton has never ran the RPO.
Mm.
Never even once. Not with Drew Brees. No. Why are you going after a Russell Wilson that only runs the RPO?
I guess he
It
He
wants.
makes
didn't even
no
want him.
sense. And
He
then the
didn't even.
GM of
Well,
Denver decides, oh, I'm going to pay you $49 million. It's like, what? Like,
yeah.
what? Why?
And that was the thing, dude. That's the thing, Corey, is he didn't even want him there. He didn't want him there. He screwed his career because he didn't even want him there. He did not even want Russell Wilson there. He set him up for failure. Sean Payton did. He set him up for failure. So
Hmm.
he came in and he
Wouldn't be the
screwed him.
first person he's done that to.
No, you're right. But now the guy's pushing 40. I mean, shit, dude. He's the same age as Andy Dalton. It's like, what's he gonna
God.
do any better? I would almost rather, if we're gonna keep Bryce, then just keep Andy Dalton here on a $5 million contract or so.
I think
Because
Russell could recover under the right system under an RPO offense.
There you
I
go.
think
And I think that if you bring him in on a cheap contract, you could help him teach Bryce Young some things, and then let him retire at Carolina Panther for a cheap
I think
contract.
I think he would probably be a better fit as a backup to um
Back up to Bryce, that would be fine.
I mean,
If Bryce is balling out, why not?
yeah, but is he going to be a backup or can he be a backup at like Arizona with? We got to look at what his size and his capabilities
Does
are.
Arizona run the RPO?
Yeah. I
With
mean,
Kyler Murray.
with Kyler Murray, yeah. I mean, they're very,
Yeah,
very
he could be
similar.
a good backup behind Collar. That's fine. But are you willing to pay,
Are we
because
willing to pay?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Are we willing to pay?
What are we looking at contract wise if we go after him?
Who?
Somewhere in between,
Russell?
somewhere in between like 7 and 10 million, right?
I would say twice as much as Andy Dalton. So
So
yeah,
How
10
much is Andy
million,
making right now?
I'm on it.
4.5.
Okay, so yeah, somewhere in that range of like 7 to 10 million. You'd have
Be
to pay
about
him a
10
little bit
million.
more to lure him out here because Dave Canales is the only person that is really the only connection that he has to Seattle
So
formerly.
so his current Steelers contract is 1 year, $1,210,000.
Ah,
That's yeah,
ooh.
that's yeah. But Jason, that's a good point. But what I'm saying
Once he
is,
leaves there, he's gonna want more money.
he's gonna want
Yeah.
like 10 times that much.
Mm-hmm.
The reason he did that is because you got to think look at his contract with Denver.
Yeah,
And you
and
know
now he's
And
gonna want to resurrect his career.
right,
he's getting ready to turn 36 in a couple of days.
yeah, he's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
37 next year.
Well,
Yep.
no.
Okay,
Well, no, his birthday is November 29th.
right, but he's still gonna be
Yeah.
37 on his contract year.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I
Okay,
see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
37 on his contract year. Okay, so he's actually older than Andy Dalton. Um, Andy Dalton's going to charge 5 million. Okay, he's not going to get that anywhere else.
Right.
He's going to end up with what he had with the Denver Broncos. That's why Sean Payton cut him. His contract with Sean Payton with Denver. Sean Payton let him go because it was 25 million a year.
That's
25.
insanity.
Oh,
Yes.
nah, bump that.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
That's
straight up bank robbing the Denver Broncos on that
right.
one.
The
Yeah.
Broncos
Good
screwed
lord.
big time on that, and Sean Payton didn't like him. I mean, it's the same thing that we're dealing with. It's the same thing that Cleveland's dealing with Deshaun Watson. The only difference is Cleveland can't get out of that contract, but Denver got out of that contract. But they
Mm-hmm.
still had to pay guaranteed money. So
Yep.
yeah, he ended up with a 1.5 million, but you got to think what he's really getting paid this year is about $18 million a
Yep.
year. Okay, does that make sense?
Yep. So he doesn't even care about that 1 million that he's getting paid in Pittsburgh.
Right.
That's a
Exactly.
drop
He
in the
doesn't
bucket.
care.
Hmm.
Exactly. He's
Oh,
getting paid that guaranteed. And Denver paid that to get rid of him.
oh.
Okay.
A quick positive note. Jatavion Sanders has been discharged from the hospital and is coming back to the facility.
Oh, thank
Awesome.
God. All right. Good news.
And it wasn't a concussion, it was a neck strain.
Yeah. So
Cool, cool,
he
cool.
got discharged. So
Yeah,
cool.
it was a neck strain. It was not a concussion. It was a total neck strain. He felt wrong on the head, which it did look bad, but they changed it late in the game and said that it was not a concussion. It was a neck strain.
Right on.
And so
Good,
it
good,
still
good.
doesn't mean he's going to play next week, but
Right.
it wasn't a paralysis type deal, and
Doesn't seem to be season ending or anything like that.
no,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't bad. A
Yeah.
concussion is actually worse than a neck strain.
Yeah.
We know
Yeah.
that. I mean, a concussion, you're out for concussion protocol for however many days, but a
Yeah.
Right.
neck strain is a neck strain. It sucked. It did not look good, but it was a neck strain.
Right.
Yeah.
And it
Hey,
sucked
hey,
because it
what's
was
up?
scary.
Hey, what's up, David?
What's up?
What's up, David?
y'all?
How you feeling?
Man, hey, look, today was a good day. I don't care that we lost. Today was a major improvement. It was a good day.
Mm-hmm.
I did see something a couple minutes ago that Dave Canals announced during his post game that Saunders was released back from the hospital and going back to the facility. So that is a very good thing.
Yeah, we were
Um,
actually just
Yeah.
talking about that a moment ago. So yeah,
yeah.
thank you
So
for sharing that. Thank you for sharing
that
that.
that
Yeah.
that tackle, man, when his head hit that ground like that, I was scared.
Oh
Oh,
my
oh,
God.
it looked bad. It
He
looked
was
Yeah.
bad.
already low to the ground. His head didn't even have enough time to even bend.
Oh God.
Like it was crazy.
Well, I've
David,
seen so many players get hurt like that, and it's just so terrifying.
it was really good. And David, good call. We were just talking about that, and it's a neck strain. Um,
Good. Okay.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually way better than concussion
Right.
or
Right.
Right.
right. So it looks like, he may play next week. If not, then um maybe the week after, or depends on what they want to do with him. But yeah, it's a good thing. He's healthy, and we're all very, very happy with that.
I'm like I said, I'm definitely overall happy about how everything turned out today. Nobody expected us to do what we did with Kansas City.
Right.
Nah,
Facts. Yeah.
Everybody around the league was saying Kansas City was going to blow us out.
Yeah, right.
And that
Mm-hmm.
was not the case. Yeah, we struggled a little bit. We still got some opportunities, but for us to come all the way back, tie the game up, and then yeah, we messed up on the last drive. Our defense, they let go. But for us to keep up with Kansas City like that, and we are one of three teams that have put up more than 25 points against Kansas City this year. There is only three teams to
Facts.
do it. There is
Good
only
call.
three teams: us, Buffalo, and Cincinnati.
And
Mm-hmm.
and when you think about it, David, we just came up a little bit short. When you really think
Mm-hmm.
about it,
Yes,
because I
yes,
mean, we came into the second half like a complete turnaround, especially being down 20-9.
yes.
Um, I really feel like honestly, you replace one of those field goals with a touchdown, we have this game.
That killed us because our whole game, with the exception of that one where we finally got the 2-point conversion and tied it up,
Hmm.
our whole game, every red zone drive ended up in a field goal. We can't do that.
Yeah,
We struggled with that
Yep.
last year, getting into that end zone. We have got to get in there.
well,
We
there was
adjusted by running Chuba up the middle, and that's what
Now,
got us the touchdowns that we
I
needed.
told I told Corey this during the game, man. I don't like the way they were passing the ball to Hubbard. If anybody noticed
Mm-hmm.
it in the game today, when they switched it up, after they stopped passing to him because he dropped everything that came to him,
yeah,
when they started
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
handing him that ball, he started showing up.
Yep.
Chuba
Which
Hubbard
is
is not one
unusual
that you
because
can
he
pass
doesn't
to.
drop many passes.
Nah, he doesn't. And honestly, there's two plays, in my opinion, two plays in that game that really could have got us two touchdowns. And one was, and I can't blame the players on it because K Mays played awesome all game. But
Yep.
when
Mm-hmm.
K Mays got the false start, that
Yeah.
really screwed
Mm-hmm.
us on first and goal on the 10-yard line. Um, led to a field goal. We still scored a field goal, but the Cade May false start on third and
Horrible
two,
timing.
um, that one, and I will call the other one being when 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 Bryce Young got sacked on a 14-yard loss on a sack. His only sack, second sack of the game. But that was the first sack, but it was 14-yard sack.
Hmm.
And those two plays there were in the red zone, and those two led to field goals that could have been touchdowns.
Right.
Mm.
And I
And
mean,
Um,
we also got to keep in mind, y'all. We saw it firsthand today. We were playing the refs and the Chiefs. You know,
yep,
another
yep.
thing I pointed
Yeah.
out to Corey during the game was every penalty that we had, with the exception of the last couple ones that finally went our way. Any penalty that we went and had against the Chiefs, they got offsetted by penalties that supposedly the Chiefs got at the same time.
Oh
oh,
Every
yeah.
time,
totally.
Like that.
every
It
time the
got to the
Chiefs got a
point where
penalty,
coincidence went out the window.
yes,
Yeah.
because
What?
if y'all noticed on every penalty that got called against us, the players looked at the ref and either grabbed the face mask, the jersey. They signaled for the refs to call it, and every time they did that, the refs threw a flag.
It it
Mm.
totally was like watching.
Now,
It was totally watching like a Brady incident.
now here's what I don't understand. How the heck do you severely offset a holding call, a defensive holding call, and an intentional grounding
Yeah.
in the same
Mm.
sentence where one of them
Yeah.
is supposed to be a loss of down?
hmm
Exactly.
I don't understand how that works.
I
Nah,
don't
you're right.
either. I'm with you.
We got screwed on multiple penalties today that
Yes,
were offset calls. Um, dude, the referees were picking on Horn the whole game,
the whole
Yeah.
game.
and
Yeah, the
and
whole game.
Yep.
Horn had valid arguments, and I will say it was 50-50. He two of the plays, yeah, it was a call against Horn.
Hmm.
The other two or three plays, it was like, dude, you're just picking on this guy.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and like I said, I don't blame the refs on many games, but we all know sitting here on this conversation, David, Corey, Jason, me, we know that the Chiefs are the new Patriots. And they just get these calls that are just bullshit freaking calls.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
we saw it today. You can't call, oh yeah, we're gonna call flag against the Chiefs, but we're also gonna throw a flag against the Panthers. Offset penalties. It's like, dude, that's bullshit. And we all know that here sitting here. And I don't blame refs a whole lot, man. But it was totally obvious in certain calls. I will say this: our defense and Avero screwed up the first quarter,
Yeah.
and you screw up
Yeah.
the first quarter, then it was a problem. Um, but with that being said, I don't know. It's hard to say, what is and what's not valid. But we did screw up the first quarter. Um,
Yeah.
I think we
Hmm.
can all agree on that. We played a nickel drop. You know, we played so conservative. Um, it was kind of pathetic, honestly, in the first quarter, and they
I
scored two
warned people
touchdowns.
in that preview stream, don't play nickel against Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
He will
Exactly.
shred you.
Right.
He went his dude. Their offense this year, and Corey, you're exactly
Warned
right.
y'all.
We've seen it all year. They have thrown the biggest lead that they've ever won by is against the Saints by 13.
Mm.
Hmm.
Good point. Good call.
Mahomes doesn't throw downfield this year. They don't throw.
Sure.
Their leading receiver is
Xavier
Kelsey.
Worthy.
Kelsey.
And Kelsey, too. Yeah.
Kelsey is their leading receiver at 500 yards going into today's game. 500 yards is total for the year. We played them exactly how we should have played them. The penalties killed us. Some of the penalties were definitely our fault, but half of them were not our fault.
Yeah.
It was like bullshit calls. Those JC
Mhm.
Horn calls that they called, they kept calling. They were picking on him, and it was garbage. Their offense doesn't throw for a whole lot this year. Dude, we shut Hunt down. Hunt didn't do crap today. I mean, he had like 45 yards rushing. They didn't kill us on the ground.
Hmm.
It was, bullshit plays, bullshit calls.
I'm just shocked this was a turnover-free game on both sides.
I know, and then still lose the game on that was it's a referee thing. We saw it multiple times. I've never in my life seen so many penalties get called both ways.
Total of 19.
Yeah, we've got multiple
Mhm.
calls here. We've got, holding on defense and holding on offense, penalties offset. And it's like, seriously? No one calls that many times in a game. You never see that. It's a
That's
scapegoat
true.
type deal. You never see that. It goes one way or the other. We got screwed on multiple calls.
Hmm.
But we held our own. End of the day, I'm gonna tell you, I was very proud of Canales, his play calling. He outcoached, in my opinion, offensively. He outcoached Andy Reid.
Ooh, that's big. That's a big statement.
Well, if he
Mm.
didn't outcoach him, we would have got beat by 20 points.
Which
He
that's fair.
outcoached.
That's fair.
Fair point.
Okay.
Yeah.
You look at the stats 244 yards for Bryce, 1 touchdown, 244 yards for Mahomes. I say we won that game. Offensively, we won that game. He had 3 touchdowns, we had 1. We had multiple field goals.
Right.
Okay, so in my opinion, we won that game offensively. Defense kind of screwed us in plays.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That led to the 3 touchdowns that Mahomes had, but at the same time, so did the referees, the calls, bullshit calls. But I'm not one to sit here and call a loss about that. I hate to do that. But we lost that game because of penalties. I mean, you look at the stats, quarterback to quarterback is the same. 3 touchdowns to 1. That was it. That was the difference.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You can't say that we did not call a really good offensive game because we did,
Facts.
Absolutely.
right? We called that game really well. Canales called an absolute perfect game, and Bryce Young played an absolute perfect game. He was sacked once, maybe twice.
He was sacked twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice, yeah.
5 times we sacked, Patrick,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
got
right?
sacked
Yep.
5 times. He
Mhm.
got
Sacked
sacked
5 times.
5 times. And
So,
like 3 of them was back to back to back.
right.
Yep.
Like we showed him you're not untouchable. You can be touched.
Yeah.
Even in the fourth quarter, you can still be touched.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's not just us talking about it; it's everybody in the league talking about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Chiefs,
Now that we've
have-
opened the door, everybody else could do it too.
the Chiefs have been favored and have won games they should not have won in the last 4 or 5 weeks,
Yeah.
right? And everybody's complaining about it. It's the Brady rule. It's all coming down to the Tom Brady Patriots type thing, which I don't like to throw that shit out there, but it's obvious.
Mhm.
Guys, this was the first game Patrick Mahomes didn't throw an interception.
True.
Yeah. Well, it's not the first one actually. He's had a few of them where he hasn't.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Let me pull the stats. Hold on.
Because I know this season hasn't been his best stat wise. That's for sure.
No.
Yeah, him and Kelsey, their stats this year have not been as high as what they have been in the past.
And Kelsey's their number one receiver with
And log.
485 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
And
did
then
not throw an interception against Denver, Tampa Bay. Yeah,
And
those two teams.
okay.
okay. And I know we were talking about this earlier, David, but kudos. Bryce looked very calm, very poised,
More confident in himself and his game.
Mm-hmm.
and made some excellent throws. Like,
They were talking during the game and during halftime, and they were saying this is the most that they've seen Bryce Young smile since we drafted him. He's
yeah,
feeling more confident. He's more comfortable. When I was watching him during the passing plays today, he was looking at the field. He was observing the whole field and seeing what his best option was, and he was getting them to him. He wasn't overthrowing. He wasn't throwing too low. Him and David Moore connecting as much as they did. Oh my God, David Moore, he showed up and showed out.
and
David Moore
yeah,
is a Canales guy from Seattle and
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So David Moore is a veteran, kind of like Adam Thielen. And honestly, that's what we were talking about earlier. Is I think Coker could have played if this was like a playoff game.
Hmm.
But he wouldn't really fit this type of offense against the Chiefs. I think that David Moore, I think it was kind of a purposely thing. Nothing against Coker. I mean, he's an undrafted rookie, right?
Yes.
So
Right.
it was kind of like David Moore and Thielen is kind of your go-to guys in what they wanted to do with this offense. Just my opinion. I think if it was a playoff game, we all know that Coker was probably going to play. But, Moore has played under Canales in multiple regimes. He's very similar to Thielen, hands guys. And I thought the game plan worked for what they were doing. We actually,
Absolutely.
I mean, I think that honestly, I love Coker. I mean, Coker's the future, and they all know that. I just don't know if today was the day for Coker was going to play, right?
Oh,
Right.
speaking of which, our good friend Carl made a post. Check this out. It says 35 wide receivers were drafted in 2024. Jalen Coker has more receiving yards than all but 7 of them. Did I mention he
Yeah.
didn't even play in 3 games? Yeah, this guy is good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Totally undrafted. I had him at 7th round on my mock drafts, and
I think we
it
might
was on my radar.
I think we might have a gem, a shiny, shiny, bright gem
Mm-hmm.
with Jalen Coker.
Yeah, Coker is going to be a starter. I just think today was not. If it was the playoff game, Coker was going to play, but I just don't think with the Chiefs matchup, it wasn't it wasn't going to happen. But yeah, um, he nailed that for sure.
Indeed.
Because yeah, I think today was just a day where it was like, dude, we're not gonna hurt anybody else. And with the Chiefs, you really honestly don't want to go with like super fast guys. You want to go with physical guys.
Yeah.
So
Good
I
point.
think
Yeah.
they went with more. And I thought about that today when David, you posted that out with the inactives, right? Um, it was like, yeah, I can see that because Coker doesn't really fit the scheme um, that we're going for in this game to try to get a win. One thing I do love is we are going for what? Wins.
Yeah, we're going for
Yep.
We're
wins.
still we're
Yeah.
still going for wins. And that's one thing I do love about this team is we're not tanking. We're going for wins, man.
No
And
matter where we land, we know we're getting a solid draft pick.
that's right. That's right. We're gonna get top 10, right? So
Could be
we're
anywhere between
going
9
for
and
wins.
13.
Plus, it also kind of sucks when you're just tanking with these young guys. Um, I think Coker was actually I think Coker would have played if if I think Coker was okay to play today. I think that they just made a move, a Canales move, just like they have with Bryce and with other players.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Um, I think that they were actually going for David Moore and Thielen today because the Chiefs are that kind of team. And it's like, okay, we're going to go for underneath, you know, we're not going for speed against them.
Mm.
We're going for rough
Mm-hmm.
football, rough football. And David Moore and Thielen and Xavier Leggett are what? Rough football players.
Yeah.
That's
Our
fair.
brand.
Right. And I think that's what they were going for. And it's like, you know, the same thing I was saying is why don't we do this? Who are we starting? One thing we do know is Bryce Young and Canales are now not questioning each other. Can we all agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
think
Yeah.
that now they are on the same page and actually go have popcorn and a movie together.
Good
You
point.
know,
Yep.
I think that now they trust each other. And I like that because we, I don't know what you guys thought we were going to have this year, but I'm going to tell you what I thought we were going to have this year. 4 to 5 wins was my call. 5 wins max. And we're still on pace for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, but that was my call. 4 to 5 wins. And it was good to see the last few weeks. And I like that Canal is sitting saying who's going to be the quarterback. I don't read into that media bullshit where it's like,
Me neither.
well, he doesn't say who's going to be the quarterback or he's not going to do this. Yeah, he's doing that for a reason.
Mm.
You
And they
know,
get
I
some
mean,
type of read off of some type of hand gesture or some garbage like that. It's just like,
right,
nah, I don't feed
exactly,
into that.
Corey. Yeah, I don't buy that shit, man. I mean, he's letting the guy play. And you know what? When you
Sweet
announce him,
action over words.
if you're going to announce
That's what you
him
got
for
to
the
do.
starter for the rest of the year, Now you're putting more pressure on him. I think he's taking the pressure off of everybody. And he wants to evaluate the team that he has, and so does um not just Canales, but Dan Morgan. They
Ah,
want to see what they have, and they're not going to put the pressure on. So each week they're going to say, we're not saying who's going to be the starter. Who cares? What difference does it make? I mean, we all
Right.
want to know, but we still want to know just what everybody's going to do on the field, and it's working out. And he knows we're not going to be a playoff team. And whoever thinks we're going to be a playoff team is out of their mind. I didn't think we were going to be a playoff team from the get go of the season. So my expectations was 5 wins this year.
I
That was
see.
my expectations. I don't know what you guys thought, but I was thinking 5 wins.
I was sitting on 6 to 7, and we're
Same.
still on track for 6 to 7.
Right. And I was thinking maybe 5 to 6. So
Oh, okay.
we can still do it, and it's going to be nice if we do, and I hope we do. We're not
Mm-hmm.
tanking. We're not tanking, and people think we're tanking. We're not tanking. But some of these guys, and this stays between us on this feed, but guys like Brandon and everybody on our true feed, if they think we're going to win 10 games, dude, you're out of your mind. It's not
It's
gonna
not happening.
happen. It's
Yeah.
I'm
not
sorry.
happening.
No,
Dude, we're not making the playoffs. We
we're
weren't
not
making the
built for 10 wins.
we
Nah.
weren't gonna make
We
the
don't have that
playoffs.
caliber of talent.
Right. We weren't gonna make the playoffs from the get-go of the year. I just want to see productivity. I want to see, you know, exceptional ending of the season. I don't want to see us tank. I don't want the number one pick. And number two, if we draft a quarterback in the first round, then we fucked up even worse than we did in the last 2 years.
Mm.
You cannot go draft a quarterback and then now what are we going to do? We're going to restart and reset our entire offense for a new quarterback? No. I don't give a damn if Tom Brady's coming out of the quarterback situation. We don't need another quarterback out of the first round. I want to see, actually, and Corey, we talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see a, a offensive lineman. But right now, the way we look, I'm kind of shifting gears to where I want to see an edge.
Defensive end,
Yeah,
yeah.
defense.
Same
Yeah,
here. Or a
exactly.
linebacker.
um,
Exactly. Like I don't even want to go O line right now. I want to go
It's an
edge
option,
so
though.
first round.
quick thing. I got a few comments to catch up on.
Go
Uh,
for it.
Gus was saying, this is going back to the Giants. Says I don't think that Mr. Mara care about winning. Those teams can go 0-16 and won't lose any money. Woody or Mr. Mara. New York sports as a whole, the owners don't care about winning. They'd rather get by being mid. I live in New York and see this all the time. Ouch.
Mm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he might be onto something. Shout out to USO. Welcome to the stream. He says he's the Dolphins fan. From the last time I was on here. Um,
Mm.
he was saying the Panthers today was a nightmare to the Chiefs, and I hope my Dolphins reach the playoffs. They're on a 3-game winning streak.
They're back. I mean, they've got Tua.
Yeah, Tua
They
dropped,
got Tua back, yeah.
and he dropped 4 touchdowns today. So hey,
And they got
It
Tua
could
back.
happen. The Dolphins have a soft schedule.
Well, I
Uh,
will say this. Um, as a chain owner, um, that team is very different with Tua, without Tua. A chain was
Yeah.
nothing and never did anything.
mhm.
Through Tyreek Hill, um, he is what he is. But
Yeah.
that team is different with A Chain and Tua.
All
And
right, so
Hmm.
I got
it has nothing to do with wide receivers. It is
Right. It had
A
everything to
Chain.
do with Tua.
That's right. And when Tua is in there, man, and it's unbelievable because if you'd asked me about Tua two
Total
years ago,
180.
I would have been like, Tua's a joke. No,
Mhm.
Tua's a real deal. And
It was real. Hmm.
he is real. And that team is different because, like I said, I own A Chain in a dynasty league, and he never did shit when Tua's out. When Tua's in the game, A Chain is
I'm trying to think.
awesome.
Who A Chain? Who's A Chain?
A chain, they're running back.
Oh, you're talking about Arcane.
It's
Arcane.
yeah,
It's different of pronunciation.
yeah. I
Or
mean, they always pronounce,
I was
always, I
I was
always
like, who?
pronounce, always pronounce it a chain, and then they always call it a chain.
I thought I
So
I
thought it
have
was
no idea.
I thought
I
it was
always
Arcane, but
mispronounce
okay.
names, so
Okay.
yeah,
don't look at
all
me
right,
on the.
so
But
I
you said
got a question, and this goes back to Chad, what you were saying about Dave Canales and naming his quarterbacks and things like this throughout the week. I
yeah.
agree with what you said 100% by not addressing it until it was time for the game because that takes a lot of pressure off of everybody. So, with that being said, this was the first week that even though we lost, he has already named Bryce as a starting quarterback against Tampa Bay next week. Do you think that's going to put more pressure, or do you think that that's going to give Bryce a confidence booster saying, okay, you know what, I'm doing my job. Let's continue to keep going like this. Do you think this is going to be a momentum changer, or do you think this is going to be something that's going to hurt?
good question.
No, I think it's actually now at this point, David. That's a good point. Good, very good question. I love that
Hmm.
question.
Me too.
No, at this point now, man, and I'm gonna tell you, David, I was a CJ Stroud guy to draft. Um, I did like the draft of Bryce Young. When we didn't draft Stroud. Um, I have a lot of mixed feelings on both. But David, I love that question. I'm gonna answer it real quick now. Um, no, I think they're on the same page. Do I think that 3, 4 weeks ago that um Canales did not have the confidence in Young? Yes, absolutely. I didn't think they were on the same page. But you know what? He's opened the playbook up. We're seeing it now. We're seeing him have confidence week by week, slow by slow. Um, I think that Canales knows and knew that we were not going to make the playoffs, wasn't trying to make the playoffs. I respect that actually. Um, I think that now he's got his quarterback. After today, the way he opened the playbook up and what we saw today, dude, our
Hmm.
offense did not lose this game today. Our defense lost this game, and actually special teams, surprisingly, because we have a very good special teams. Um, but yeah, David, that's a great question, man.
It
Um,
is, yeah.
but I think that I think we're starting to see Canales after today. Canales opened the playbook up today for Bryce. Go Bryce is what I got to say. Let's go with it, man. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Oh yeah.
I like it. I love what I'm seeing
Yeah.
now. Dude, we threw the ball today more than we did run. And it wasn't because, dude, we threw the ball more than we ran. And that's not a Canales type deal, what he wanted to do. But he tried to play and he tried to outcoach. And actually, I think he did outcoach Andy Reid today. Our defense really kind of fucked us today. But overall,
Mm.
dude, we outplayed them on our offense. We beat, in my opinion, we beat the number 10 defense in football. In my opinion, we won that.
Yeah.
We won. We won that game. Our defense beat us today. So Avero, blitz, baby, blitz. Our offense
Mm-hmm.
did not lose this game. We scored every time we went down the field. We
Yep.
scored. Whether it was field
Yep.
goals, touchdowns, whatever, we scored. Our defense beat us today. And we shut down the run, which was kind of amazing. But we played Andy Reid. And Andy Reid is one of the best. And he's going to play your ass the way he wants to play you.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you know
Not
what? Hats off to Canales. Hats off to Bryce Young. I am now back 100% on board with Bryce Young. He has played his ass off the last 4 weeks. Um, I'm on it. Let's go, dude. We don't need a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, and as I mentioned, I don't know, David, if you saw this, but Andy Reid endorsed Bryce Young, said that us drafting him was a nice move in 2023. Patrick Mahomes also in post game interview praised the mess out of Bryce Young and his play today, and we're talking about a legendary coach that, as a matter of fact, with their win, this marks Andy Reid's 10th consecutive season with 10 or more wins.
Wow.
Yeah. And dude, they barely beat
Jeez.
us
They
today.
they barely, yeah, they barely. I mean, they won by a field goal
Mm.
because we got to remember,
Yeah.
offense tied the game up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's that, and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, a multi-time MVP. Endorsing Bryce Young, like he said it himself. He gave us a scare this game.
He
Like,
looked
Mm-hmm.
scared, Jason. He looked scared on the sideline. He was like, oh my God. You could see it. He was like, seriously? Because you know what? Every time they did something, we responded on offense and we didn't rely on defense. We responded on offense. And
Sure did.
when's the last time we could say that about the Carolina Panthers that, okay, we're down by we're down by 8, we're down by 13, we got to rely on our offense. Dude, we responded every time today. That was very impressive. I mean, we did every single time. We punted twice. Good Lord. When
yeah,
does that ever happen with the Carolina Panthers?
It's been a
And
long time.
you damn right. And they came down and they scored every single time today, every single drive, whether it was a field goal or a touchdown or whatever. The
That
play
was so
calling,
refreshing.
the play calling was awesome. Bryce Young handled it, whether it was second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter into the game. Bryce Young played his ass off, and I'm back on board. Go
So
Bryce.
speaking on Andy Reid and them, praising Bryce, I just went on one of the Panther sites on IG, and they actually posted, how Andy Reid gave us really high props for Bryce Young. And
Yep.
also, I did not realize this, y'all, but we are the only team this year to sack Mahomes 5 times.
That's right.
Seriously?
That's
The
correct.
the
Yeah.
only team.
That is
Jason,
correct.
that's what I said earlier. We're the only ones that sacked him five
We are
times
the
in one
only
game.
Yep.
ones that sacked him 5 times.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We
I'm
do
going
have
to
a
share the
team or
picture to
two
the
that
chat.
sacked him
Like
4 times, but we're the only one that sacked
Oh
him
yeah,
5.
that's right. That's right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
guys, another thing is Canales, dude, hats off to Canales. I'm not going to give all this on Bryce. I'm going to give a lot of this on our offensive line and Canales. Canales coached the perfect game today. We could have scored 3 touchdowns in the red zone. That wasn't Canales play calling. That was just good defense on the Chiefs, right? But we
Hmm.
still scored points every time. Canales, hats off. You coached a damn good offensive game, and Bryce Young did everything he could to get in there. Hats off to the Chiefs
Hmm.
for stopping us, and hats off to the refs for
Hmm.
stopping us on a couple of plays that could have got us a touchdown.
And
But
unfortunately, there were a few drops because there were a bunch of passes that were dropped where Bryce put it on the money.
on the
Oh yeah.
money, dude, on the money. And
Beautiful passes.
there was also some bad play calling, or referee calling. Like I said, I don't like to blame the refs. I'm not that guy, but I call it like I see it. There was a couple play calls that I thought were garbage.
Hmm.
Um, but I mean, end of the day, dude, Dave Canales, I'm gonna give credit to him. He called offensive plays that we haven't seen all year this year. Like, name it. We haven't seen it. Canales called these plays, and Bryce went out and executed. They are like tandem now. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that now we're looking at Canales, and these guys really do like Bryce. They opened the playbook up, and hats off to them. Because you know what? They weren't looking for a Super Bowl or a championship this year. You know what they're looking for? Do we have a quarterback?
Yeah.
We're not looking for
Yeah,
wins.
for sure.
Screw the fans, screw everybody. We're trying to see what we have. Are we married? Are we married? And now we saw today, he opened the playbook up, and he's been doing it gradually, and he's been very quiet about it. It's not that he hates Bryce Young. It's not that he hates this. It's it's like I said, Jason,
Hmm.
Corey, David, if I hired you to be at my company, or if you hired me to work for your company, you would want to see what, 3 or 4 weeks of something from me, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
yeah.
Right? Like, are you capable of running my company? Are you capable of doing this? Now, I like it. I like it keeping it
Okay,
quiet.
so let me ask y'all this
Hmm.
because there was one person that I was not really impressed with today. I was expecting to see a whole lot more out of this one individual,
All
Jonathan
right.
Jonathan
Brooks.
Brooks.
He did not show up today at all.
Who,
Wait.
Brooks?
Brooks
Who?
did not show up.
Well,
They didn't
he
Oh,
put
only
him
had
in
two
there.
he
they
only
only
had
had
2
two carries
carries.
though. Yeah,
No, dude, they
they
played
were
that
limiting what
again.
he was able to do because we were using the wide receiver.
I mean,
David,
I would have
But
loved to have seen more of him
but my thing
personally,
is this:
but
this was his first NFL game. Give him an
yeah,
opportunity
but
to come out there and show y'all what he's made of.
which is a fair
David,
point. That's a fair point.
Yeah,
but David, you got to understand what they weren't gonna throw him in the fire. Um, especially against Andy Reid. They expected us to do that. Guess who they did instead? Johnston. And they had no clue who this guy was. I didn't even know who the hell he was. And it was like, okay, so we're throwing this guy in who had like 2 good plays, 3 good plays, and they're not going to try to hurt this guy.
Oh, you're talking about
Um,
Devin Tompkins?
Tompkins, yeah. Yeah, they ran him out of right wide receiver and uh running back. Um, and I was like, who the hell is this guy? I don't even know this guy.
He's
Well,
5'8", 155 pounds, 24 years old, played out of Utah State.
and he also
yep.
played
Mm-hmm.
and he also played for the Bucks, and he also played under guess who? Dave Canales.
Did he
Dave
really?
So
Canales.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
with the
Sure
Bucks.
did.
Yeah, he played.
Oh, good
Yeah,
call.
yeah. And so it was a trick play because they thought we were going to sit here and play Brooks today, and it's the
Yep.
right move. It was the right
Beautifully
move.
played.
So
It was a
okay,
great move.
with
It
that
was a
being said, do you think they're going to give him more opportunities weeks to come, or do you think they're going to bring him in
absolutely,
gradually,
Yeah.
David.
slowly at a time?
David, absolutely. It's going to be a slow move. Yeah, dude. He's
Yeah.
definitely going to play more. It was a trick play. You got to think, we
Mm-hmm.
just played the magician of coaches, right?
Right.
So the magician of coaches is Andy Reid. And they probably planned to have Jonathan Brooks, and they probably planned on having Coker, and they probably planned on having certain things, and we went against them. And that's what I'm saying, that Canales actually did a great job today of doing that and not bringing Brooks in, because what do we want to do? We want to hurt him? We
No,
don't
we
know what
don't.
he's going to
Fair
We
point.
want him to
Yeah.
stay healthy. So I definitely agree with everything that you're saying.
dude.
You know,
Tompkins, dude, when they put him in, I was like, who the hell is this guy? And I had to look him up. And they're like, oh yeah, he played under even the announcer said he played under him with Tampa Bay. He was like, he was
I got to give
drafted
a
by
lot of
him.
credit to J.C. Horn too. He
They
stepped up
were
today.
not prepared for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were not prepared. And that dude played for the Bucks under uh
Dave
he's
Canales.
the one. Yeah, Dave Canales
Yeah.
is one of Dave Canales' favorite guys. Just like who else that played today really good? David
David
Moore.
Moore.
David
Yeah.
Moore. Yep.
Exactly. Those are
Mm-hmm.
Dave Canales' guys. And he played those guys. And I was even, dude, go back and look on my report. I was like, who the hell is Tompkins? I was like, who the hell is this?
I've noticed a lot when they play Dave Canales guys, them guys come out to play. He
Dude,
knows what
David
they're
Moore's a
capable. He knows what
veteran.
they're capable of doing. You
David
know,
Moore is a veteran that played under Seattle and Tampa Bay under Canales. And I knew David Moore was going to have some play time. Um, I didn't know he was going to have that much tonight, but when they benched Coker, I kind of actually thought that it was a smart move. And I couldn't, honestly, I think Coker would have played if we were in a playoff situation. Um,
I agree.
But but David Moore is one of those guys where he's like he's the same type player as Thielen. Um, so I kind of was like, well, Coker's hurt, but is he really hurt?
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
one of those
Interesting.
And
situations.
Very
and it's
interesting.
like, okay, um, they went after big receivers, not small fast. It was like, we're gonna go Tampa 2, we're gonna go, you know, we're gonna go super D, heavy, slow guys, which is what we did.
Mm.
And it worked out
Mm-hmm.
because, I mean, let's look at what Moore did tonight. Let's look at what Thielen did. Let's look at what Leggett did. They went after big physical guys, and that's what they went for. They didn't go for young and fast. They went for big.
Mm-hmm.
Thielen's big, slot guy. David Moore is a slot guy. We didn't go deep. We didn't go for speed. Legett's physical, and it made sense. And Sanders,
Mm-hmm.
other than when he
Mm-hmm.
got hurt, but I mean, they went for like multiple big time guys, like almost like four tight ends the whole game. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of our picks made sense.
Yes, exactly.
It's not like
And
the
David
past where we
Moore,
picked up the best available and we're just like hoping it works out, sign them to a big contract, and then they bust.
right. And that's why David Moore has a history over two teams from Seattle and Tampa
Tampa
Bay,
Bay.
Yep.
right? With the with Canales, and he that was the start tonight. So Coker did have a quad injury this week in practice on Thursday, and they're like, we're just gonna go heavy. We're gonna go heavy. We're gonna play Seattle type football. And that's
Mm-hmm.
what we did. We played Seattle type football. And guess what? That's where David Moore, that's where Canales, that's where everybody's from. We played Seattle type football. And it worked. Um, we
And you,
don't want Coker to get hurt because he is the future. It's nothing against him. He's an undrafted free agent. Um, but it was a good time to bench him, I think. And it was kind of shocking to me at first when I was like, really? 'Cause I just heard him on Sport Talk Radio the other day, and he was barely practicing, but we didn't play him. And why would we? I mean, it made sense against a team like the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
So we went deep, we went heavy, and I liked it. And we should have won the game. We didn't, but we put ourselves in position to win.
yep.
So,
Yep.
end of the day, I'm not mad at all. I thought it was a
Right.
great game. We probably had, honestly, I mean, other than them losing to the Bills, we actually probably played them tougher than anybody has this year in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've only won their biggest win this year was against the Saints by 13. There's something to be said about that. We don't screw up in the first quarter like we did. We win this game.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was well coached. I thought we made minimal mistakes. I don't even know who to blame on this game except for um, actually I'll blame Avero, and I love Avero. But I think we blame Avero for playing the soft padded D in the first quarter. Other than that, I can't blame anybody. I wasn't expecting us to win
Exactly.
this game. I thought this was going to be a 27-14, 27-17 game.
Oh,
And
check this out. Another fun fact. Only only and maybe one of y'all has said this already. I don't remember, but only 3 teams have put up 25 plus points
Yeah,
on the Kansas City.
I said that when I
Yeah.
first came on.
It was
Yeah,
you. Okay, okay.
yeah.
It was okay. I was just
It
making
was
sure.
us. It was us, Buffalo, and Cincinnati.
There it is.
yeah,
Okay. I was just
Yeah.
making sure. Cool, cool. Yes. Um
And we are
yeah.
the only team. We are the only team in the league to sack Patrick Mahomes 5 times.
yeah,
Yes.
So we
Yes.
we definitely made a
Yep.
statement today. We made a statement.
Yep.
yeah.
That is a back to back Super Bowl team, and we came out and made a statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they only
It
won by
it
they only
sends
won
a
by 3.
message. It
Only
sends a
3.
message to the rest of the league that we are not that team anymore from last year. We are not
Right.
that 2-win team. We are not going to get trampled. We're not going to get run over. We are the Carolina Panthers, so we're back. Don't mess with us in our house.
Yep.
We will make you
Agree.
earn your victory.
Yeah.
We have a new identity. We have a new culture. We have a new crew. Come mess
Yes.
with us. See what happens to you.
We definitely proved a point today, Corey.
Yep.
That. I mean, seriously,
And screw the haters.
the last few weeks have been like, hey, you keep thinking we're a joke. Yeah, we were a joke early on, but
But
you
we're
know
not
what?
anymore.
That's where I give hats off to Bryce and Canales. And you know what, dude? Hats off to Canales because he's running this shit like a manager. And
Yep.
I would, if I hired you tomorrow, then we're going to have to see what you can do. So it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
I can't just hire you and say, Bill will pay you $90,000 a year. I know you say you know what you're going to do, but can you really do it?
Well, and
Um,
it also goes back to we have to give these quarterbacks time to develop.
dude,
We did
David,
not do
what have
that.
I been saying the whole time, bro? I've been
We
saying
did
this
not
the
give Bryce
whole
enough time to
time, bro.
develop. You have
Yeah.
to give them time to develop.
Yep.
Rookie quarterbacks need 2 to 3 years, 2 to 3 years, and
Yep.
get their respect. You can't go in straight out of college with a degree in engineering and say that you're going to run a freaking $1 million project. No, that doesn't happen. That's what I do, guys. There's no way that I'm going to bring a kid out that's 22 years old and tell him, you're going to run this $1 million project, bro, and I'm going to pay you this much a year. No, you need to make $50,000, $60,000. I mean, that's the way it
Facts.
should be. Fact.
Mm-hmm.
You don't come out and learn in 1 or 2 years. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why I'm high on guys like Justin Fields. That's why I'm not high
Mm,
on guys that are
mm,
40 years old. I
yeah.
mean, I mean, these guys do have experience, but how long are they going to be there?
All right. Well,
So,
and then you got to look at it like this too. We have a lot of players whose contracts are coming to an end. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the time that David Canales, Dan Morgan, and Ivero need to sit back and observe everybody. so we can know who we need to keep and who we need to go after and get in this draft next year. I go back to what y'all stated earlier. We do not need a quarterback. We need
No,
some so we need
Right.
some pass rushers. We need some edges. Like we do not need a quarterback.
well,
But
and that
my next
also
question is
goes.
going to be this. What are we going to do with Andy Dalton? Because if I'm not mistaken, his is one of the contracts that are coming to an end.
It is.
He's going to be a
Yeah.
free agent. So is Sam Darnold, and so is Justin Fields, and so is
Geno Smith.
Geno Smith, and so is what's his name from Atlanta?
Kirk Cousins,
No, the other
No, the other
Ritter?
one.
Mariota.
Mariota,
Yeah,
yeah,
Mariota.
Marcus
Yeah.
Marcus
Mariota. Yeah.
Mariota.
Ooh, I forgot about him. Yep.
There's so many.
So
That'd be
But I'm gonna tell
yeah.
interesting.
you what, though, we're not gonna be able to afford Sam Darnold anymore.
Well,
He's
hold
gonna
on
get a
now.
True.
We don't.
There's no
What do y'all
shortage
feel
of
like
free
he
agent
is worth
quarterbacks we
now?
could choose.
he's Mar- Sam Darnold is gonna end up with the same contract that Baker Mayfield ended up with, right? So
Mhm.
he's gonna end up with that. The difference is Baker Mayfield is gonna be 30 next year, and and Sam Darnold is gonna be 28. He's 27 now.
Right.
Okay. So Mariota's going to be 29. Okay. So we also got to think, dude, everybody hates on Sam Darnold, and he's going to be a year younger than everybody in here, a year to 3 years younger. And it's like, dude, are you serious? Sam Darnold is a young dude. And no one realizes that. You know why? Because this dude was yanked out of the draft and thrown straight into the fire. And
Mm.
everybody forgets, everybody thinks that Sam Darnold is like some old dude. The dude is 27 years old. He's
Yep.
27
Yep.
years old.
Yep.
27 years old.
He still has a lot of time to play in the league.
Dude, he's
Mm-hmm.
been
Yeah.
killing it. He's
Yep.
been killing it.
Yeah, he's looking
He
good on the
actually did
Vikings.
good
Yep.
his rookie year with the Jets, and he sucked after that, and then he killed it. He actually did good with us for 1 year, and then we got rid of him, and he's killing it where he's at now. He just never had a damn time to, but you know what? Here's the difference. You've gone through hell and you've come back from hell.
Yep.
You have gone through the good and the bad, and you know how to play. Sam Darnold,
Mm-hmm.
Baker Mayfield. Hey, I'll tell you what, and this is what I'm saying, and everybody keeps hating me on it. I'm going to tell you, Justin Fields, he's been through hell. He's come out of hell. He's played through hell. He's 4-2 as a starter with the Steelers. I mean, someone's going to sign him, and I'm telling you, if it's
And
not us,
I don't see him staying in Pittsburgh because Russell Wilson's already
he's not
stated he
staying
wants to
in.
be there for the
Dude,
next 5
Russell
years.
Wilson's almost 40 years old.
Yeah.
And who
And
cares about Russell Wilson anymore?
Pittsburgh
I
Pittsburgh
don't
has
want him.
already said they wouldn't mind re-signing him. So with that being said, if they
Thank
fuck
you.
around and sign Russell Wilson again, Justin
Dude,
Fields ain't gonna see
he's
that
gonna
field
be
much.
he's gonna be an expensive long-term play, just like Aaron Rodgers. And I don't want that deal either. And Justin Fields is gonna end
Well,
up taking
eh,
over
that
somewhere.
Mm.
the AR era is over in New York. They're getting rid of him at the end of the year.
I don't want AR. No, they can
Oh,
That's
keep
another
screw
AR.
one that
AR.
he's
Dude,
he's
I would
old.
never touch.
He's
Dude, I
old.
called
No, I don't
I
want
called
anything
AR
to do
from
with
the
AR.
draft. AR from the draft. I told everybody AR was garbage. He was gonna
Before
be
the draft,
garbage.
I'd said
Dude,
everybody. I called him out.
yeah, AR is garbage. That guy is
Yep.
garbage. He is
Facts.
never gonna be good. He's never gonna be good.
Nope.
He is what he is. He's garbage.
Yep.
And that's why the Colts are going to be moving on, and unfortunately they have that. The problem is
They
You got
started him
two.
today again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they started him
Yeah.
today and they lost.
I don't know why, but they did.
They're still just trying because Ursay is a moron.
Well,
Ursay
Yeah,
is
okay.
he
an
is.
absolute
Yep.
Another
moron.
Facts.
another one that you possibly have to look at as well. Another young quarterback to look at as well. Um, I really don't see Caleb Williams being in Chicago much longer. The
Screw
team
Caleb
the
Williams.
the
He's
team is
garbage
trying to
too.
get rid of him. So
Caleb Williams is garbage.
he is
He
garbage as
should have
well.
never
He is
been.
garbage. Yeah.
Yes.
He's
So,
garbage.
there's a lot of options that are getting ready to come around the league. I just hope we make the smartest decisions.
We will.
I'm telling you, and
I
I
understand we
trust Dan
want
and
them.
Dave.
I
everybody
understand we
may
want
be
them young
against.
so they can learn, but we don't want somebody that's too hard headed that gets fired after one fucking snap of the football.
Dude, exactly. And
Man, don't
everybody
get
can
us
hate me
started
on
on
this. I'm
Coach, I need a break. I'm
I'm not
tired.
a
I need a
Trey
break.
Lance guy.
that. Don't
I'm
even get
not.
us started on that garbage.
I'm not a Trey Lance guy. I'm not, and honestly, Trey Lance
We'll be
got screwed
ranting and
too.
raving about that all night.
But I'm not a Trey Lance guy. I'm telling you, you look at all the rookie quarterbacks over the last 3 years, they all suck. Every single one sucks.
The whole
Even
rookie class is garbage.
even if you want to talk about
Mhm.
CJ Stroud, he's not that good. He's
He's
not
not put.
that
Yeah.
good.
When's the last time you even heard about C.J. Stroud putting up some numbers?
Exactly.
Last
Last year,
I
Last
haven't heard
season.
exactly.
anything this year
last
about
season.
C.J.
Last
Stroud putting
season.
up some numbers.
He hasn't done shit since last year. He had a
And
good
that's what
rookie
I'm
year.
saying.
Sophomore is terrible. I'm telling you, and everybody can dog me all they want to on it. I'm telling you, everybody's overlooking Fields.
I
Uh-oh.
see the potential. I'm not against having Fields come to Charlotte. He didn't get a fair opportunity in Chicago. He came
And
to Pitt.
no one
He went
has
to
in
Pittsburgh.
Chicago.
He showed out in Pittsburgh. The only reason why
You know
he
what,
got
dude?
benched
When he was in Pittsburgh, 4-2 record, he had a 102 quarterback rating and got benched. And the only reason he got benched was
was
because
because
of
Russell
Russell.
Wilson came back.
That's right.
Yep.
Exactly.
And
And you know what?
I
Russell
was
Wilson.
watching the Thursday night game with them in Cleveland,
Hmm.
and
And
they
who
were
they put in?
swapping. They were swapping between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. They
That's
could
right.
not figure out who they wanted to play.
And Fields came in and threw for 104
Yes,
quarterback rating on the 4
yes.
passes he had.
I would not be against him coming to Charlotte. He has a opportunity. He wants to learn. He wants to play.
Yep.
He wants
And he's
to win.
6'3", and he's mobile and he's accurate. And
He want. He's got that mentality.
dude, I agree with you 100%. I don't get agreement across the board, but I'm telling you, I would much rather have him than I would have multiple quarterbacks in the league.
Oh, snap.
I mean,
Hmm.
this dude can play, and he's not Trey Lance out of that draft class. Justin Fields is something special, and he's going to end up going somewhere, and he's going to end up tearing it up. And I'm telling you, watch it. It might not be with us. It might not be with. I'm telling you though, Justin Fields can play football. He can play, and he can play. He doesn't get hurt. He's gotten screwed across the board. And I look forward to seeing him doing well, whether it's here or somewhere else. I like Justin Fields. I think this dude can play football. When everybody else was all high on Trey Lance on the same draft class, I was not high on Trey Lance.
Oh, snap.
Watch Justin Fields. He's gone through 3 years of bullshit. He's been beat up. He's going to be something. And it's going to be somebody with like the 49ers or the Rams. Watch him go to the Rams with Puka Nakua and freaking Williams at running back. Watch. Because Matt Stafford ain't going to be there much longer. He's 36 years old. Watch. It's going to be somewhere like that. And we're all going to be like, damn, wish we'd have had Justin Fields. He's just riding his time. He's playing it the right way, man. It's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. But man, that dude can play football. When you go 4-2 with the Steelers, and now, okay, he went 4-2 with the Steelers, and Russell Wilson went 4-2 with the Steelers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at it. I mean, why would you lose your job being 4-2 when you were balling? I mean,
It's a good point.
I don't know. It's
It's
it
the
blows me
Chicago
away.
management and the Pittsburgh management. They don't know what they're doing up there.
They don't, and they're still trying to find it. But you know
And
what?
they're wasting very good talent.
They are.
They're
Everybody's
wasting
wasting that
very good
talent,
talent.
man.
Dumb
Everybody's
GMs,
wasting
man.
that talent.
New York Jets had a dumb GM as well. They got their GM fired and head coach fired. So
And now
Well,
the Cowboys are
the
going to
whole New
find,
York
you
saga is
know,
going crazy. The
oh
whole New
yeah.
York saga between the Giants and the Jets, the whole New York saga is out of control.
yeah, it is.
I
And
got
man,
I got just one thing I gotta throw in there. I just gotta throw this in there, like it's been off the edge of my tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all know Mitchell Trubisky was the first quarterback to make the Pro Bowl since 1986? Jim McMahon.
yes, yeah, Mitch Trubisky got screwed
Ooh.
too.
And
I don't,
that's a
I don't,
Carolina
I don't,
boy. I was
I
mad
don't,
about that.
I don't know if Damien was still watching, but I had to slip that one into
No,
the
but
cracks.
you're
He wasn't ready for
exactly
that one.
right, dude. You're exactly right, dude. Because he was the first one, and you're exactly right, Jason. And Mitch Trubisky got screwed in his career too. And Sam Howell is the next to get screwed in his career. And it's like, dude, why do we keep throwing these guys in and expecting Pro Bowl years on their rookie or second year contracts? It doesn't make sense.
But
These guys need,
Even Peyton Manning had trouble in his rookie year. Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, they all had trouble in their first year.
Yep.
dude, yeah, you're right, dude. You know what?
And that
You
was a
know that
superior
you
draft
know
class.
that Peyton Manning didn't even win a game his rookie year. He went 0 and
That,
15.
yeah,
0 and 15.
yep.
That is absurd. And now this guy is what? Hall of Fame quarterback? I mean, let's be real. Let's be real, dude.
Yeah.
Tom Brady. I hate Tom Brady. But
Same
you know
here.
what? The dude was drafted, and you know what? He played behind Drew Bledsoe. No, not yeah, Bledsoe.
Yeah, Bledsoe.
Yeah, played behind Bledsoe. And I
He
hate
has
Tom
Right
Brady.
he
behind
had
You know
somebody
what?
to
two different
learn from.
quarterbacks, actually.
ooh,
Tom Brady, actually, I hate him so much. But I agree with everything he said. And you know this, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
What have I always said? These guys are getting fucked and getting screwed by being pushed to be starting quarterbacks straight out of the league. And, you know, Drew Brees was actually drafted by the Chargers, and Eli Manning was drafted by the Saints, but his dad was like, "You'll never play for the Chargers."
Mm-hmm.
because the ownership sucks. And Philip Rivers was in that case too. And we look at these guys, and these guys have killed it in their career because they learned behind someone and they played behind someone. And then we're going to sit here and blame even Bryce Young. I don't want to blame Bryce Young. I mean, it sucks that this is the way the new, the way football's gone now. It sucks. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, serious? You're throwing kids into the fire. And these kids, whether they're 21, 22, Justin Herbert, I mean, let's look at him. This dude had a great rookie year, a decent second year, and now everybody hates Justin Herbert. Dude, bring me Justin Herbert. I love Justin Herbert. This
I'll
guy
take
can.
Herbert.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
take Herbert.
absolutely.
You damn right,
Yeah.
dude. But you know what? The Chargers are about done with him. Why are they done with him? You got rid
Bring
of
him over here.
Antonio
We'll take
Gates.
him.
Yeah. You've gotten rid of how many receivers? Mike Williams. Um, you've gotten rid of multiple running backs.
Yeah.
Dude, the Panthers have got it set up now where we could bring in any quarterback we wanted to bring in and be fine. I mean, like I said, next year, if Bryce isn't the answer, which Bryce is actually making a damn good name for himself, and I'm glad he is, because honestly, I was wanting Stroud. And Stroud is struggling right now. And I don't know what to say about Stroud or anything. I mean, I would take, dude, I'll take Justin Herbert. I mean, shit, you don't want Justin Herbert? I'll take you. You don't
I'd
want,
love to have him.
yeah, dude. I mean, dude, I can't believe how they give up on guys. Justin Herbert's been in the league for what, 3 years? 3 years, and you're gonna
Yep.
quit on him now? I mean, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I don't get what the
Yeah.
Chargers are trying to do here. It doesn't make any sense. Because you lost Austin Eckler too.
Yeah. Oh, um, David, I don't know if you heard, but Garner Minshew broke his
Yeah,
cl-
he's out. He's
broke
out.
broke his collarbone and he's out for the rest of the
Yeah,
season.
he's out for the year. Yeah, I saw
Oh,
that
so
earlier
you
too.
know what?
Yep.
Daniel
Yep. Yep.
Jones
So that
is
could be
gonna go.
the opening for Daniel Jones.
Oh yeah,
You're
because they
right.
have been talking
Could
about him
be.
possibly ending up with the Raiders. The Raiders was one of the teams that's interested in him.
Cause,
Now it's
And I've
gonna
said
be
this earlier in the stream. If they get Daniel Jones, that's going to be it for that coach's career
cause
in
the,
Las Vegas.
cause the thing is, Desmond Ritter was his backup.
Yep.
yeah.
That will get him fired.
Yeah, oh
So
yeah, Desmond Ritter's garbage. I'll tell you what, dude. Daniel Jones is a poor man's Josh Allen. You put him in the right situation, I mean, I don't hate the guy. How could you hate the guy? The guy earned a freaking contract that he got for a reason. He didn't get it. He didn't get 55 million because he was garbage. He also has Saquon Barkley. He also had, multiple receivers that they didn't re-sign. Um, I'm not gonna hate Daniel Jones. I mean, why would we? We need to pack Camel Blues in the box.
Correct.
but yeah, that's gonna be rather interesting. What happens with him for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
It
Yeah.
is. It's going to be very interesting, but it's going to be it's
So
going to be
We have a Philadelphia Eagles lead over the Rams, 27 to
Yeah,
14
I'm
currently in
watching
the third
that.
quarter.
I'm watching that.
Mm, mm.
All right, so let me ask y'all a question. How would y'all feel about a reunitement with Hassan Reddick?
I'd
Uh,
be
Because
interested, but for how
he's
much?
he's he's
if we
worn
can,
out.
Reddick's not.
He
if we,
wants out. He
if we,
wants to finish his contract this year, and then he wants to be gone.
if we can clearly afford them, why not?
Yeah, that's true. You
I,
open for like 10 minutes?
Let me see his
I'll be right
numbers,
back.
and then I'll tell you.
I'll be right back.
Let me do a little research on
Reddick's not gonna be. I love Reddick, man, but he's already screwed himself out of so much money, which is the good thing. For anybody that wants him. I mean, but
it. Let's see. He currently has 414 total tackles, 265 solo, 58 and a half sacks for his career, 17 forced fumbles, 5 fumble recoveries, and 19 pass deflections for his
no,
career, 42
nice.
run stops. For us, he had 68 total tackles, 37 solo tackles, 11 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery, and 8.5 run stuffs. No pass deflections. So, I mean, yay or nay, do we still want to go that direction? Because we're looking for people that could open field tackle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, there was a good handful of missed tackles.
And you look up and down this defensive line that we have right now, these guys cannot open field tackle.
Right, right.
There's the problem. Khalil Wesley says Bryce Young shows some improvement. Sorry. There you
Agreed.
go. He did, for sure.
Indeed.
But yeah, 12 and a half sacks for Hassan Reddick before he came to Carolina the year before.
Ah,
He's currently got 1 solo tackle and a half a sack this year in 4 games.
I see. Oh,
That's
interesting.
it. That's all he's doing. And New York doesn't know how to use their players correctly, so I'm not surprised. He's been how many players in that New York has just completely mismanaged. And it's a shame, man, because I really like the guy. And
Yeah,
if that's how he ends up his career, then that's not it. You know what I mean?
right, right. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
we'll see. We'll see how they bounce back. Because they got the Bucks next,
yep. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
and that's also at home. That's a 4 o'clock game.
Yep.
Um, which the Bucks clobbered the Giants today.
well, it was the Giant.
Yeah. Um. But I think we got a shot against the Bucks. I think we
Yeah.
got a shot.
I think we got a shot against the Cardinals, the Cowboys, the Bucks, And honestly, it was funny because there was an ESPN guy that said we actually got a shot against the Eagles.
Mm,
I
Uh,
don't believe that, but they're saying that we got a shot against the Eagles. And I'll tell you what, if we played the Chiefs like we did today, then
3.5 quarters against the Eagles, I believe we can get away with, but not all four. Before the
oh,
Eagles offense finally starts to take over.
I'm
uh,
about to say because the Eagles that started out this year, yeah, I would agree we had an easy win, but they have tremendously turned their game around.
well,
Um,
they sort of
That
and
have.
offense of
they
theirs is
are on a streak right
disgusting.
now.
yeah,
They are on a streak.
they're on a 6-game win streak, and
Yeah,
it could turn into 7 by
it's
the end.
looking like it's about to be 7 with the way they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
They'll get the win over the Rams.
they're going to be really tough. Seattle ended Arizona's winning streak because Arizona was
That's
on.
a very interesting game there because nobody really wants that division. It's kind of like, well, we'll take it, you know. Well, it's lackluster. We'll take it, you know, for Arizona.
Yeah,
They're all having a bad year, really,
well,
and I don't see any of them as major contenders, you know, in the playoffs. One of them's gonna make it, and the rest of them aren't.
well, I definitely agree. The NFC West is still very much wide open. I mean, Seattle and Arizona at 6-5, the Rams at 5-5, the Niners at 5-6. I mean, it's still pretty wide open. So
Yeah,
so realistically, any of those 4 teams can win the division, but as far as a deep playoff run, I don't see
none
it.
of them will get past the first round
Yeah. Um
because one of them's gonna end up playing the Lions, and then that's gonna be
yeah,
it.
and I don't really see a deep playoff run from anybody in the NFC South. I mean, I know the Bucks and Falcons, I mean, 6-5, 5-6. I mean, they're kind of, on a teeter-totter.
I
Before
mean,
last week, I would have said the Falcons may have gotten a divisional round win,
Mhm.
possibly.
Mhm.
They have some nasty talent on that team, but
Right.
once they got upset last week, I was just like,
Ye-
now I got to start walking that one back because it's a very interesting scenario.
Yeah.
so do
Tampa
you
Bay is
guys
starting to
think we
sneak
can
back
beat
in there.
the? Do you guys think we can beat the Falcons?
I think so. I think so.
I mean, I
I
think we
think
can
this is
beat
going
the
to be different
Cowboys.
from last time.
I think we can beat the Cowboys, and I think we
Yeah.
can beat. Uh, I think we can beat the Cardinals. Um,
Well, the Cowboys are very vulnerable. Um the Cardinals,
Well,
like I said, the Cardinals were on a 4-game win streak. Seattle ended it. I mean, they're 6-5, but I definitely agree, Chad. I think it's looking like we definitely have more of a chance than I would have thought of against Arizona.
right. I don't think Arizona's that scary. And then after what we
yeah.
did today against the Chiefs, it's like I think that we can almost beat anybody. We're not going to beat everyone, but
Hmm.
after today with the Chiefs, the way we are, and we're playing without Coker, we're playing without, a couple of players.
Yeah.
Um, you know, I mean, it's like, damn, maybe we can actually win a couple games. Um, so what do we have left here? So I think we can beat the
So
Cardinals.
so we have Tampa Bay next,
Mm-mm.
then the Eagles, then the Cowboys, then the Cardinals, then the Bucks one last time, and then the Falcons for the last time.
Okay, so what do you think on I think we can beat the Cardinals. I think we can beat the
Agreed.
Cowboys.
Agreed.
Okay, that's two.
I
Um,
I honestly think this is probably the year I think we have a shot at potentially sweeping the Bucks, and if not, we should at least get one of those.
Yeah,
So we
I
have
think we'll get a split
okay.
because
So
we've had terrible
we
luck
still
in
have
Tampa.
two. We still have two against Tampa.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3 games, right? That I think we can win. And that puts us. I thought we could win 4-6. That was my goal at the end of the year. Was 5 on average, 4 on the worst, 6 on the best, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair. We're at what 3 now?
Yeah, we're at 3.
So we could beat the Cowboys, I think. We could beat the
Mhm.
Cardinals, I think. That's 2. That
Yeah.
puts us at 5.
Mhm.
Okay. If we could win one division game, whether it be
The Falcons or the Bucks.
the Falcons or the Bucks, then that puts us at 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's our best. I think that's our best. If we could win more, then cool. I'm not worried about draft picks at this point, man. I don't
Same.
care. I don't care. Let's win. And I don't think the team is either.
Right.
I don't think that Canales, I don't think that Morgan, we're not going in to lose. We're going
We
in to
might
win.
be at the point though where we have to question is one of these wins going to cost us a higher value defensive end?
I don't think
that we
so,
could have
man.
gotten.
I don't think so because all these chumps, dude, they're gonna go after quarterbacks. Just like it's almost like a fantasy draft. Everybody's gonna go run on the quarterback. And I
Not
don't
necessarily. I've seen defensive ends go in the first top 15 before.
I still think we're gonna be my opinion is we're gonna be picking within 6 to 8.
I'm thinking
6 to
9
8.
to 13.
I think
That's
6
based
to 8.
on the simulations I ran. I'll run them again, but based on the news scores. But I did that 2 weeks ago. But even just one draft pick, if it's a team that's really looking for a defensive end, could steal one from us.
So
We
who's
have to be
below
wary
us?
of that.
Let's look. Let's think about who's going to be below us. The Giants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Titans.
Let me go on Tankathon. Let me see.
Is that fair?
Potentially the Jaguars.
Jaguars. They're not going to go after a QB. They
Uh,
can't.
Jets will be below us.
Jets will be below us. They're going to go after a QB. Giants are going after a QB.
the Browns.
The Browns.
Yeah, the Browns.
The Browns, who knows what they're going to do because they are so fucked.
Yeah,
they're so unpredictable.
They're gonna eat
Well,
a good chunk of dead cap if they.
dude, we're talking about 200 million in dead cap.
I don't know what I don't
Mhm.
know what the heck they were thinking with that.
Dude,
I don't either.
The Browns are so screwed that
We
the
were
Browns,
almost in that situation, guys. We were
the
that
Browns,
close.
the
True.
Browns actually
True.
might try to go for Juan Soto in baseball. Because they
Oh my
can't
God.
actually go for anybody in football. I mean, they're so screwed. They're so screwed with Deshaun Watson that how can you fix that? I'm a financial guy. I mean, I'm a money guy. How the hell are they ever going to overcome this over the next 3 years? It's a
Not even Brett
3-year.
Tillis could save him from this one.
Dude, no one can
Yeah.
save them. They're
Wow.
so fucked, dude, that why did you
Seriously
not
are.
even just keep why did you not just keep
Wow.
like a Joe Flacco or someone? You're so screwed right now. You're so screwed. Like that team, I don't even know what they can draft. Um,
A
I
fool and
would,
his money are soon parted.
I seriously, I hate to laugh at it.
It
It's so bad. Like they're
seriously
so
is.
they're so fucked. With Deshaun Watson's contract,
My God.
that it's abysmal, dude. What do you? If
Horrendous.
I'm a Yankees fan, and we weren't even that screwed on Giancarlo Stanton.
And the crazy thing about that is not just the 230 million. That's 230 million guaranteed.
Guaranteed, Jason.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed, dude.
Ouch.
They are so fucked
God.
for like 5 years. Like it's
Oh
a
my
5-year fix. They are so screwed. I mean, how do you fix that? I don't even know how. I've sat there and tried to do the math on it. You can't. You cannot.
There's no way to fix that at all.
No. No.
You can't fix it.
And the sad thing is, even though like, year after year the dead cap decreases a little bit, but the
It
cap
doesn't matter. It's
but the
guaranteed money.
yeah, but also the cap hit increases.
Right.
Yeah.
But
They're so Jason, there's no fixing that. Oh my
No.
God.
There's
Could
no
you
fixing it
imagine?
at all.
but like you said, that big issue is that 230 million guaranteed.
It's
Mhm.
it's done, dude. It's done. I mean, I just don't even know what can they do? I mean,
And not to mention they can't trade him between now and 2026 because he has a no trade clause.
yeah,
Right.
Yep.
he's
So
totally they're so screwed, man, that I am that is the worst signing I've ever. I'll tell you what, that is the most expensive blowjob in the history of anything ever. I mean, we're looking at a $300 million blowjob. I mean, let's be
Wow.
real.
Wow.
Am I
That's
wrong?
crazy.
I
That's
think I'm
crazy.
wrong.
God.
I mean, I've never had a personal massage, but I'll tell you what, dude, that better be
I want I want to know what in the
Damn.
fuck in their right mind caused them to do that shit. What gave them an even idea of let's do this?
I
I think
mean, they must have been extremely desperate for a quarterback post
They
Baker
they had
Mayfield.
to
Yeah.
be
Yeah,
because
for real.
you got to
well,
think
here's what
they
it
That
got
is.
is
him
horrible.
when they got him. He
Deshaun,
was already
Deshaun
going through all that.
Watson,
When
here's
they
what it was. Deshaun Watson he's actually a class act guy. He's very low key, and they actually believed that none of this happened because he is that guy. He was low key. But you know what, Bill Cosby? When 75 people come out, you're fucked. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing you can do
Whether
about
you
it,
did it or
Bill
not,
Cosby.
that's enough people to make it look like you did.
Right. It doesn't matter if 3 said and the rest were done. And
Yeah.
the problem is now it's still coming out. Like people
hmm
are
Oof.
still saying things.
right,
Oh
You
my
right.
God.
are so fucked that you are, dude. We
This
were going
this
to go after him,
this is one
and I
thing.
was
We
actually
saw one
okay.
look at that contract number. We said, "Heck no."
I
This
was
is one thing
actually,
that
I was
this is
actually
one thing that
okay
Cleveland will not
with
be able
it.
to come back from.
No,
That's one
they'll
thing I do
never
praise
come back.
Scott Pitter for right there.
They'll never come back from it. And I was actually
No, they'll
okay
never
with it
come
at
back.
first because I was like, dude, man, Deshaun Watson is so low key. He's like, he was almost like Bryce Young. Like he was almost that little boy next door that everybody was okay with. And no one could believe this. And it just kept coming and coming and coming. And it's like, dude, you're a fucking rapist. You
Dude,
are.
it's like the whole Diddy thing
Jeez.
coming
Oh,
out. He went to the Diddy
Yeah.
party.
hey,
It
hey,
Like,
is.
hey, hey,
It's
hey,
like,
hey, easy. We're still on YouTube. Easy on the,
Yeah. Easy
e-
on the
e-
R
oh,
word.
my
easy.
bad,
Easy
my
on the
Yeah,
R
bad.
word.
yeah, yeah. Easy
Yeah,
on that.
both of us are streaming right now.
Yeah, yeah,
okay, yeah.
yeah. Easy on that.
But yeah, you are right. It was sorry guys.
And by the
It's
way,
okay.
we were
It's just
almost owned as a franchise by P. Diddy.
It was
that's true.
Man, look.
I just want to point that out. You think Tapper was bad? Imagine the PR of P. Diddy.
Oh my lord, we be in the same
Good
situation Cleveland's
God.
in right now.
Heck no.
I
We would
mean,
never live that down.
it is. It is. Deshaun Watson is as bad as the Diddy party, and it's like, wow, wow, wow. Can it be fixed? Cleveland can't fix this for 5 years.
Nope.
There's no way.
Nope.
There's no possible way that
It's
Cleveland.
impossible.
It's impossible. It's done, Corey. Jason, it's done. These guys,
I mean, shoot.
there's no way to fix it.
Cleveland is just done.
I, I mean, I was thinking maybe 2028 or something, but
God.
Dude, they signed him to such a contract that is so much guaranteed. And Cleveland's done this for how many years? I mean, dude, they screwed themselves. They had Baker Mayfield that actually, dude, let's go all the way back. Derek
mhm.
Anderson took them to the first time in the playoffs,
Oh yes, yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And took them to the
They were
playoffs.
on the right track. They were starting to
And
do
they
some
had
good
what's
stuff.
his name? They were, and they had who's the wide receiver? Josh Gibson,
Yep.
right? Right. And he killed it. And Derek Anderson and Josh Gibson went to the playoffs. And then Gibson couldn't stay off the chronic, right? And it's like, dude, all you gotta do is just stay off of it for like 3 months.
You're talking about Joshua Cribbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, dude, you have a good thing going.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
we had Derek Anderson. I love Derek Anderson, man. The dude was great. But Josh
The best
Gibson,
backup out there during the time.
oh,
All right,
absolutely.
guys. We got a score update. We're up 30. It's 30-14. Philly over Los Angeles with 7 minutes left in the game.
Shoot. That's about to be a blowout.
Yeah, I think the Eagles may have that.
So we have Gibson.
Yeah.
Josh Gordon, yeah.
Thank you,
Uh-huh.
Mr.
Yep.
Gemini. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemini, because I missed that too. Josh Gordon, man, had like how many times in the NFL?
Oh, he had
And
so many chances.
Oh, yeah.
and he killed it with Derek Anderson, and they went to the playoffs, and then they didn't make the playoffs for numerous years. And then Baker Mayfield took them to the playoffs with who? Gordon again. And it's
Mhm.
like, dude, why does everybody hate
I
him?
will never forget that Pittsburgh Steelers game.
That's right.
That was insanity.
Yeah.
After all those years of Pittsburgh just holding him under the thumb, and Baker Mayfield finally got his revenge.
That's
Yep.
right.
Oh man,
Oh,
those
yeah.
Browns
Yep.
fans! I fell for them that day. I
And
was like,
Gordon
you
went to
guys
the
finally got
playoffs,
your sweet revenge.
and Gordon went to the playoffs with Derek Anderson and with Baker Mayfield. And it was like, are you serious, dude? You can't just like put the pipe down for one day. I mean, I get it. Everybody likes to blaze. We all like to blaze.
They were
Hey.
But it's like,
so close to
dude,
redeeming themselves as a franchise. So close.
and
Mr. Gemini was like, "Stay off the weed."
yeah, it's like, dude, you went to the playoffs with two quarterbacks.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
God, they were so close.
and and then we ended up with Derek Anderson here,
But yet so far.
and they ended up with Baker. And Baker had all the clout. Dude, Baker had the clout. He was
And in
he
the end,
did
it didn't even matter.
he had the commercials, he had everything. And then
Yeah.
everybody hated Baker. And then we had Baker. And
Yep.
everybody hated Baker here in Carolina. And then we get rid of Baker and then look at Baker. Hats off to Baker. Baker has made a damn good career for himself.
Chef's
Derek
hat.
Anderson made
Yep.
a good career for himself.
Indeed.
And it's like, dude, we look at players that we've lost. Um, I mean, we look at Minnesota. I mean, come on, dude. Sam Darnold is 27 and he's balling. And it's like, dude, what if we just would quit getting rid of coaches every year and let everything just evolve and do
Yeah.
things the way it should be, then it would be good. I mean, we wouldn't
We
be
need
in
to
this.
keep it Dan and Dave.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
This is
Absolutely.
it.
exactly,
This
exactly.
is the
Because
team.
now,
We
This is
found
the
it, ladies and gentlemen.
organizational. Today's game shows that we can play organizational football.
dude,
Everybody
our
is
We
finally on the
finally
same
look like the
page.
Carolina Panthers for the first time in years.
dude, our offense, and like I said
Years.
earlier, hats off to Dave, hats off to the offensive line, hats off to Bryce Young, um, hats off to Dan Morgan. You guys have had respect, and I don't care if Dave or
Right.
Dan really care for Bryce, but you know what? There's a respect there now because he opened the playbook up for Bryce,
That he did.
and
Yep.
that's what we wanted to see. And he did it slow because we're not forcing things, and when you
Yep.
force things, it's not good.
Right.
Um,
Right.
and we didn't force things this year. He benched
Facts.
Bryce. He benched Bryce. And he let Bryce come back in to see what he had for next year. And I like Dave. I love Dave as a coach. I think he's going to be the future of this team. It might not be Bryce, but Dave is the future of the team.
Mhm.
We know damn well that if any of us are the head coach, we're coming in and we're telling everybody what we're doing or we're not telling everybody what we're doing.
Well,
Uh,
and another thing I like this year is the fact of we're letting our coaches do their jobs.
and
When
hats
Yep.
off to Dave
our
We're
head
Tepper.
not
coach is not
interfering. Yep.
our head coach
Yeah,
is not trying to be the offensive coordinator. The coaches are actually able to do their own jobs.
Right.
Right.
well,
We didn't do that last year.
and that's it. Is hats off to Dave Tepper too, because Dave Tepper has finally stepped back and being an owner and not being
And
a
I
control
agree. You
freak.
have not heard you
Hmm.
have not heard anything about Tepper interfering with
We, we
anything
haven't heard
within this
anything
organization for a while.
Yeah, and they
exactly.
they need
He
to
Yep.
said,
keep it. He needs to keep it that way.
Right.
and
Right.
he has. He said that
Stay in your owner's box, sir.
he stepped back. He stepped back out of everything, and he promised he was going to let everyone do what they're going to do. And what's he done? He stepped back.
Yep.
And the soccer
Hmm.
team's done well. The football team is up and coming. and he has stayed out of everything. And you know what? This is one thing I've given, you know, everybody hated Tepper. I hated Tepper too, but he wants to win. And I'm going to tell you what, dude, if I put $500 million into something, I want to see something, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
We all
that's
would,
fair.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And he forced things, and he made the bad call with what's his nuts, the crap coach we had with
Frank
Nebraska.
Rick, Frank
Oh,
Wright,
Frank
whatever
Wright.
damn
Frank,
name was.
right?
Yeah.
No, not Frank Reich. I ain't gonna blame Frank Reich on anything.
Matt Rule?
Oh, I
Yeah,
am.
Matt Rule. Matt Rule.
Oh,
That that was
Yeah.
fault.
If
Yeah.
you want, I will. But whatever.
I blame him for Matt Rule because he gave Matt Rule GM. He
I
gave
blame
him
them both.
well, I'm not gonna blame Reich because Reich did not.
I'm not.
I did. Reich did not want
Bryce
Bryce Young.
Young. Oh,
He did
I
not
won't
want.
get into details, but
Okay.
you know.
I mean, I'm not saying he was great. I'm just saying that he wanted big quarterbacks, and so did McCown. And you know, they wanted big quarterbacks. They did not want him. That was a Tepper move, and it was kind of, I'm not going to say racist, but it was kind of like a judgmental thing because
Neither one of them should have been head coaches in the NFL.
Bryce
Neither
scored
one.
high on the wit test, and Stroud scored
Hey,
so
cut your
low.
TV down, man.
It was so low that it wasn't even like fair. And Tepper went with smart.
yeah.
So we also got to think Frank Gore scored one of the lowest in history on the WIC test, right? And Frank Gore had how many years? Longest in history.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
It was
definitely.
like, okay, so shut up, Pepper. It's not about smarts, stupidity. Yeah, we know that Frank Gore was about as smart as Mike Tyson. Okay. I mean, you're not saying much there. But CJ Stroud was who everybody wanted here. He wanted Bryce Young. And now we've got a coaching staff that's dealing with that. But at the same time, he stayed the hell out of it like he promised to Dan Morgan. And Dan Morgan is running this shit now. And it's nice. And that's the reason they hired Brant Hillis to be in there too, is to shut him up. So I agree with. I mean, you know, hats off to Brant, hats off to Canales, hats off to Dan Morgan, and actually hats off to freaking Pepper because he stayed out of it like he said he would, and he stayed out of it. I like it. He's been out of it. We haven't heard anything about Pepper, and we suck this year. And we haven't.
Except for the stadium upgrades of Boa.
Hmm?
Except for the stadium upgrades of Boa.
Yeah.
So we still
Beyond
have,
that, we haven't.
we still haven't. Pepper hasn't done a damn thing. He put on 3 concerts, loaned the whole stadium out, and put all the
We
money.
actually managed to book Metallica for 2025.
Yeah, and he's put all
Respect
the
on that.
and he's put all the money that he got from the concerts, the hurricane relief in Western North Carolina. Like Corey said, he's booked Metallica. He's done shit. I mean, that's stuff that's never
Yeah,
been
but
happening in Charlotte.
it's nowhere near enough to erase all the crap that he's done, though. And I still got a lot of questions about that stuff in York County. I still got a lot of questions about the stadium upgrades that we got going on here in Boa, because you know it, you know did I share with you guys what I thought about the stadium upgrades?
The stadium upgrades, I mean, let's be real. I mean, Corey, I get it, but at the same time, you don't live in the city of Charlotte, so it doesn't affect you on taxes. I mean,
I don't
if
need to.
it's gonna hit, if it hits anyone, it hits the people that live in Mecklenburg County. That's gonna happen. Michael Jordan did it with Spectrum and with the Hornet. Um,
Touchdown Philly.
so I mean,
I don't need to live in
there's
Charlotte to be affected by it, bro.
I mean, I'm just saying that we're all affected by it, but we're
Yeah,
not. I mean, it has to be done. Um, I'm not gonna
some of
slam.
those do. The rest of them don't. If you really look at the list, hold on. Let me find all this stuff again, because I was looking at the list of those upgrades that they made for that.
For what?
For that they're proposing to make to Boa Stadium.
Well, what they're doing with Boa Stadium, it really it's gonna hit ticket prices aren't gonna go up. It's just gonna go up. I
Hell,
mean,
ticket prices ain't but $20 this year.
I mean, the thing about it is, if you look, pull it up and Google this before you go anywhere. Google this. We're still in the bottom third of all stadium ticket prices across the country. Okay. So, yeah, I know that's hard to believe, but I actually looked at it. We are still in the bottom third of all ticket prices across the country. The Chiefs are one of the cheapest because they have all the parking for free. They go by
It's an
everything.
$800 million renovation plan.
hmm
Why do you need $800 million for this?
Well, because he didn't actually own the stadium. It was Jerry Richardson that did. And honestly, Jerry Richardson is the one that actually fucked everybody.
Hold up. This is Tepper Stadium now
Oh, well,
with the new
Jerry
upgrades.
Richardson. Hey, hold on, listen. Jerry Richardson is the one that started the entire deal with it being, dude, I was part of the law firm that started this. Jerry Richardson is really the one that fucked everybody by doing the whole not what is it? The not homeowner seats, but the he paid for the stadium. People don't realize is the
Hey,
I'm not
people.
talking about what happened during Jerry Richardson's time. I'm talking about
But
what's
it's
going
still,
on now
hey,
well, it's
with the
still
new
going
upgrades.
on.
hey,
It's still
just a quick thing. I gotta bounce, but I'm gonna leave the room with you, Corey, to keep up. But yeah, I gotta bounce actually.
All right.
But enjoy the positive points, even though it wasn't a loss, but
Yeah.
or it wasn't a victory, but
it was a good win.
Yeah.
indeed.
Absolutely.
For those, head on over to Corey's stream to continue the fun. But I gotta bounce because there's a couple of more things I gotta do. But definitely stay tuned. Everybody head on over to Corey's stream and continue the fun. And I will
Keep
catch every.
pounding 3869 if you're looking for it on YouTube.
Yeah,
Right on.
there you go, right there. Everybody head on over. Keep pounding. I will catch up with y'all next time.
Right on.
Right on, man.
Alrighty. There. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. But yeah, I'm get ready to do another pro wrestling talk. So I wanted to make sure I get that out of the way before I call it an evening. But thank y'all so much for watching. We got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers next this coming Sunday. It's a 4 o'clock game, so hopefully we can bounce back and get a victory. But till then, keep pounding. We're gonna get through this. Hope y'all enjoyed tonight's stream, and I will see y'all in the next video and/or live stream for Blitzball Champ Gaming. Peace out.